Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatirana, techi sana, techi ambusana, fila kuona sana, techi simutirana, ya. Panondo bato sangana, techi batirana, panondo bato kumana, techi sana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Yautete wachimonyo pila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupana na miwono, yeah. Kubatirana, techi sana, techi yambusana, pila kuone sana, kusimutirana, nekukurutirana, yeah. Panondo bato sangana, techi batirana, panondo bato kumana, techi batirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays, 8:30 p.m. UK time. Live here on Facebook. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. What? Ddc Currenters. We remain committed to helping our customers stay mobile. Sinomatika paguta, para mukuta. Uyakuna Ddc. Seva 4x4 family car. Tenema fiwa seva 4x4 family car. Unotipata apa +447961803546 or +263773791 and last one +263771257 your big up daddy T.
Hello, good people. Must say, salibonani mashabezula mashelin janiba wetu. I hope and trust I find you all well. Murudo, tagaenda. Murugo's gonna say wherever you are. Hoza Friday, hoza mpela Vic. I hope you and trust you guys. You are not working as hard as killing yourselves, but what else can you do? Right, Wembai Mads, how are you doing? Mary Maikiki, how are you doing? Shawayo, how are you doing? Roger Shajira, how are you doing, bro? Right, Sonia Smith, what's up, my dear? Right, regarding what the greetings to you all. For those who are just joining us, if it is your first time coming here, please do likewise. Follow the page, share the page, and like the page. Mercy Mashwani, say, how are you doing? Juandu, they say, Mary Maikiki, how are you doing? Chennai Baba. What's up, my dear? Namukoma Chris Mkopashumba. Thanks for watching. How are you doing wherever you are? Right, good people. What's up, Friday? Like I've said, right. If it's your first time coming here, as always, follow the page. Tonight's program is sponsored by Ddc Car Rental. So it's also a Ddc Israel. Elizabeth Beneres says, if you are planning to go to Zimbabwe, if you've got a friend, relative, or whoever is planning to go to Zimbabwe, we are your best friends to hire cars from. Please try us. You won't get disappointed. We've got a fleet of cars. You can choose from as less as $45 a day, $70 a day, $150 for family cars. You get your car with a full tank at your choice of collecting the car. If it is at the airport, we can drop the car for you at the airport. Or if you want to come and collect the car at our residential place, you can come and collect the car. Or if you want us to deliver the car at your address where you want us to deliver the car, we will do that. But we have terms and conditions of a deposit that you pay like every other car rental that you do. But the only advantage that you have with the DDC car rental is that we will give you 300 kilometers per day for free. Other organizations give 200 kilometers. After 300 kilometers, you will pay 50p per kilometer. So, for instance, if you hire a car for 5 days, you know you've got 1,500 kilometers that you have to use. If you use them, if you go over 1,500, then you have to pay 50p per kilometer. If you don't go 1,500, then you're okay. So that's what we do at DDC Car Rentals. So please get in touch. Unoenda at www.ddccarrental.co.za. That's our website. Kana kuti ukaenda pa Facebook DDC Car Rental pa Facebook unotoona tenge tiripo. Or just get in touch with me. Ungodewa ndoda motikari. Then you get your car. Tongoita murudo takaita sei takaenda. Right, tobva ipapo tati. If you want my flyers, my pamphlets, my banner, anything that you want, maybe you want to have a function or catalog, you want things to be designed for you, or you want a portrait, Simba Graphics. My business cards, just get in touch with him. Simba Graphics. My t-shirts, printed shirts, as well. Kana uri munhu anofarira nyama yakaoma biltong unongo www.florencemeats.co.uk. Right, tobva ipapo tobva tati kana urida DJ, MC, photographer unongodewa ndakuridzirwa toita sei toya tokuitira zvatiri kuita izvozvi tokuridzira. Hapana chakaipa. Regai ndikuudze kuti veShanyai Events or shanyai.com vatigadzirira UK tour, iyo Rhythms of Southern Africa, Shanyai Events. So, my dates are coming up, and Ratozia well confirmed that Peterborough, ne Genzi to December, Peterborough, I think it's 25 November, Genzi to December. So, Tina Zahara, Bob Nyabinde, Mukoma Jez Marabini, Ganyabinde, Zahara, Mugoma Jez Marabini, Manine, na Lady B. Saka, takaenda, Nishanyai. Go online, tickets are there. My early beds £35. So please, don't left out. Momboya, womboenda kugens. Not in England, Zanetsaka. Unongo kira ferry. Womboya kuma gitare kugens, onakirwa. Home away from home, you know. You can just fly from Heathrow, from Gatwick, from Birmingham, from wherever, Bradford, Manchester, ungoti pagenzi pay weekend away yako zvako wombojibirika uripo. Saka ndozvitwa ne Shanyai Events. Then our own mambokadzi Mary Eleanor munomuzvachenzi mambokadzi ane event yakari kuita ye divorce and separation on the 23rd of September, a day after my birthday. Birmingham. Please get the flyer, get in touch with her. £20 deposit, which will get refund on the day. Free entertainment, free food, free drinks, everything. Divorce and separation workshop. So please get in touch with Mambo Cards. Muru takaita sei takaenda. If you want to advertise your things here, please do likewise. Just get in touch with us. Let us say tofambidzana tichibatsirana tichienda takadaro. Sibo ndepi? Sibo? Right, Sibo wangu anenge akarara. Right, Rumanyu, how are you doing? Majama Fazili say Mukoma Jafet Umbarata, thanks for watching. Sibo Piri, how are you doing? Edna Clegg, how are you doing? Julie Russells, how are you doing? Rumbili Dubi, how are you doing, my dear? Sibong Lekona, say Tinayo Liwayo Paradz, how are you doing? Tiffany, Karen, and Ray, how are you doing, my dear? Right, let me say no one here. Elizabeth Benner, I've seen you there. Mukoma Raso Sikosela, Sikasogela, how are you doing? I think I've seen everyone there. Sibo David. Sibo.
Aripo zvake makadi.
What's up?
WhatsApp zvimwari WhatsApp rinoita. Nothing. 0-0 pasibotso.
Right, good. Remember Monday, Dr. Lab, I need that topic before we did our topic about the guy Marondel.
Anzangaita sei?
Wokuchekwa akachekwa chinzi achekwa nemusikana 24 years whatever.
Paipa takazoti is it jealous here kana kuti chii?
Hakuna zvakadaro.
Hakuna zvakadaro naye.
Hakuna zvakadaro.
Hanzi chii manje wakaibata sei.com right?
The guy came out, he interviewed at the hospital. No, there's nothing of that nature. Hakuna indakazoramba because that amputation yaitwa neprofessional. Not kuti hanzi a 24-year-old girl ocheka hweshwe rumenenge inini ndangorara zvangu ndichingoedze kwandaka.
That haibude zveshuwa.
Hakuna. Saka yakazobuda kwechimetro. I can't remember which other newspaper they went and interviewed him. No, kwangurungunyora kubepa, but otherwise I think this is the thing with the tabloids. I think when they write to sell. Yeah, so they will put something that makes someone, want to buy it. Okay, I want to understand the story. Yakafane kuti tikaisa tuma tabloids up. Imwe yakati a man bites a dog. Imwe yakati a dog bites a man. Ine yakanzi a man bites a dog because vanozoti munhu akaruma imbwa akazvamisa sei. Saka for them to exaggerate saying all those kind of stuff. Everyone's so curious. Okay, what kind of a lady? And why? But this is what kind of chikoro tango ta no. Taketa criminology tango to no. Eyes hakuna. But anyway. There are certain things that you have to use your 60 cents, even though common sense is not common to everyone, but there are certain things that you have to just think. Even it bleeds. And imagine a person to be amputated by a 24-year-old girl, no screams, nothing, no bleeding, take off all the entire organs, private parts of them there with a piece of glass. What kind of nonsense is that? But anyway.
A man kills lion with bare hands. Some few years ago. The only person lion with bare hands.
The only person who killed the lion with a bare hand, was it who was it in the Bible? Samson.
I think
that was the only guy that I heard who killed the lion with the bare hands, but the rest, I think that was drama. In the EP, yeah, I think but it's I think it out to film. So anyway, because under normal circumstances, I don't think normal would think kuti akana shumba changa chirwarawo zvayo. Of course haikona dzekukariba dzepa ukamena kukariba pamakuti apa usanyeperwe zvako idzo hadzijaidzi dzinoruma
unodyiwa unozongosiyawo evidence yemusoro kuta kuti munhu takadya munhu.
Yes, hadzidyi musoro chete but chakara chawhole body dzinorova.
Ndinodzidovi madrugs. Madrugs mudovi. Kwakamira seiko?
Nokuno kuripo.
Sharp.
Kuno wabo zvokuti murudo takaenda totochimhanya sezvatiri kuita izvozvo.
Pari bvunga ndingadza kana itinzoti makona zakamira sei mafoko.
Magrem dawano ndeipi? Right. For those who are just joining us, welcome to the show. Right. We've talked about DDC, we've talked to everyone else. I don't think I've missed anyone. So tonight's topic is abusive. So what we need to do is to get into this story and try and help a sister. What can be done in situations like this, if something can be done to rectify the problem, or how one can get support out of whatever they're going through. So that's what we need to do and analyze the situation here. That's the link for you to follow if you want to be one of the panelists. If you want to get on here, you can use that link, or you can use Kambudzi akakuta se kufona ambulon rufunde ipi. Right, our tonight's topic says abuse. Abusive, no abusive. Right, hello, School of Thoughts. Please hide my ID. I'm 28 years old. The name one and the baby dead. And the baby dad is abusive, so the relationship has been on and off. Mwana wangu ane 5 months, and I'm also finding it hard to get a job. This makes it difficult kusiyana naye. Ndinotya kuzoshaya chekudya and pekugara because ndiye anotenga chikafu and rent. He uses this to his advantage. My family can't help me. They are also struggling and vakati ndizvionere. Zvamwari chaizvo handimude, because he is a serial cheater and abusive. Anotaura nemama girlfriends ake in my presence. He usually come kupera kwemwedzi anenge akadhakwa demanding gwanguro, else no help. Ndongobvuma, but I don't enjoy it. Sometimes I think of committing suicide. Ndapererwa and I'm really tired. I need your advice. How can I leave this monster? Please help. So this story is very short and straight to the point. So we have got a 28-year-old young woman who is a mother of one, who has got a baby dad, and she's saying their relationship, it's an on and off situation, but she's based in South Africa. So she's saying the reason why she came to us is because this guy, or the baby dad, is very abusive, because this young lady doesn't go to work. So the baby dad knows exactly that this woman is seeing the world through this baby daddy's eyes. So this man comes month end, or he can speak with other girlfriends. He'll come drunk, doing whatever he wants to do. Then he will say, no, let's have sex, even though this lady feels he doesn't want to have sex with him. But because of a situation, if she were to say no, the girl tell you, I'm not going to pay the rent. It's me who's paying the rent. I'm not going to put food on the table. So this young woman ends up, I don't know if it is submissive, whatever it is, ends up doing what this man wants, because he's saying, I'm the father of the child. This is my place. I'm paying rent. I'm giving you food. So yeah, my woman, whatever I do outside there, that's none of your business, because you've got roof over your head, you've got shelter, you've got food and everything. But the woman feels she's being abused, because given a choice, she would say, I would have left this guy. And that she doesn't have the support from her own parents. Varikuti iyo indoda izozibonela wakura, you have to sit for yourself, and they're also struggling. So she's saying, I'm caught between the hard surface and the rock. What can I do? My parents, they can't look after me. My baby dad, yes, is taking care of me, but he is very abusive, and he sleeps around. He's a serial cheater. He gets drunk. He wants sex from me, and I have to give him sex, because if I don't do that, that means I will be out on the street. I don't go to work. So everything that I have to eat, and me and my child, that comes from him. So what shall I do? I'm having suicidal thoughts. Please, I need advice. How can I get myself out of the life of this monster? So that's our story for tonight. And we want to hear your opinions and views based on what this young woman is saying. Why do people want to take advantage or to manipulate other people when they know that they've got the upper hand? Why does someone kicks a man who is already down on the ground? If it is a fair fight, let that man stand up and you can fight when everyone is up. But if you kick a man who is down already, that means you're a coward. So why? This doesn't only happen to men manipulating women. Also, women do the same. There are some women who will manipulate men to say, if I ask you to jump, you have to ask how high, because I am the boss. It's me who's got money. All right. So this abuse is been going on in different circles, different forms. Some those who I read an article recently. We have been talking about this, but people don't listen. About men who are brought over here by their wives on spousal visas. These men have become slaves in their own homes because of their women. They will tell you, "Uripa visa rangu, hapana zvaanoita, gara pasi. Do this, do that." So many men came to my inbox. I've been saying this, and I always say this here. They come to my inbox saying, what can I do? I'm being abused by my wife. This is what she's doing. She brought me here. And the one who is earning more than I do. At times, some they don't even sleep with their wives. United Front, when they go out there, when they come to my party, they don't sleep together in the same bedrooms. They've got separate bedrooms. At any given time, she once comes back and says, so it's not our first time to hear these kind of stories. So what might be the primary cause to all this? And what can you do as a person who is intelligent? For how long would you want to keep seeing the world through someone's eyes? Can you not try to empower yourself? Can you not try to do something? Or is it because some people, they've got high expectations and they look down on other people who do certain jobs? I don't know. So this is the kind of situation which makes people more vulnerable and becoming more dependent on other people because they think they are superior, or they don't want to use their own initiations to find a way to get a job or to do any other jobs because they feel like, oh, no, it's not in me. Or is me who just saying because I've been there, I've done it. Like you know, guys, I used to tell you my lifeline, how I went to school on barefoot, coming back, Gadzrawaya, to where I am today. But if someone sees me today, they'll just think, what, no, I got everything easy. Life was so smooth. Life was easy. No, I have written my own book. And I think most of us here, we have written our own books. And some of us, or most of us, we managed to break that cycle. You could see maybe you're the only person from a family who maybe went to university, or who is in diaspora, who is doing well, or, you know, that kind of thing. Somebody asked me today, saying, oh, if someone is brought up in a broken home, in an abusive family setup, do you think those people will be better, or they will follow suit? Then I say to her, you know what, I beg to differ. You know, I can argue the fact that it's a personal choice. There are certain things which, or we do as parents, because I was a child before. So there are certain things which my parents will ask me to do, or I will do because it was a norm to me, because that's the way I was brought up seeing, and my parents doing it. Say, for instance, going to church, Kuroma. I was born a Catholic. I didn't have a choice because I was born, grew up there, and it was normal for me to go to church every Sunday, to Catholic church. But I came to a point and say, no, this is me now. I have to make my own informed decisions. And I said to my parents, look, I do appreciate the way you raised me up to be a better person, going to church and everything, but I don't want to be a Catholic anymore. I don't want to be. I left the church far, far, far away, but I'm very close to God. Right. So I was trying to answer this woman. Yes, one might come from a very abusive family background, or a broken home, or whatever, but once you become an adult, you have got a choice to make your life different from what you have experienced. I'm not saying it doesn't have my effects. Yeah, I'm not saying you don't have traumas that might go through, anxieties and whatever. But once you make a decision to say, I want change, I want to be me. I want to be different. That's your call to make. I've seen people who were born with a silver spoon in their mouths, but today they're struggling. They are struggling because they made the wrong choices. Because they thought because they were born with a silver spoon in their mouth, their life will still remain like what their fathers used to do to them. No, it's completely different. There's a point in time. You as an individual is you. You have to make that decision to make life better. It's either for yourself or for people around you. There are so many things that we have done that we have changed, especially our age group here. I can give you a second example, like how many of us here who had the privilege to be taken to school in a car by their parents and dropped off at the school gate, picked up at the school gate in a car, or going in a bus, or having dinner money, all this kind of stuff. I'm telling you, maybe it's 2 out of 10. The majority, like myself, I used to walk 4-6 kilometers one way going to school. And before I go to school, I have to go into the field to cultivate, to plant, or whatever. 4 kilometers, 6 kilometers going to school. When I get to school, I'll be late. My teachers wouldn't bother to ask me why I was late. The first thing they'll do is to beat me up. Bring your hand. Go for punishment. They didn't even understand to why I was running late of school. They were not even bothered about it. But now, as I'm speaking to you right now, I didn't have the privilege to be taken to school by car, by my dad or by my mom, because they didn't have. But I'm here. I've got my kids, 4 grown-ups. I used to take them to school by car, drop them, pick them. If I wanted to say, oh, because my parents, they didn't take me to school by car, so my kids, they have to walk. No, so it's different. So I'm trying to answer the woman who said, if one was brought up in a abusive family or a broken family, would they be better? So my point is, it's all about it. It's about you as a person, especially this young lady. It's down to her to become who she wants to be, not to be a parasite, not to be to use what you call dependent syndrome. You really know and understand and see what this man is just using you for his sexual needs, and you are there saying, oh, I can't go anywhere. I'm here in South Africa, jobs are difficult to get. I can't go anywhere because he pays rent for me. He's the father of my child. We did that on and off. If I refuse to have sex with him, you will not pay. You will not. He will not even pay my rent. He can't give me food. He only comes month end to have sex with me. When he's here, speaks with the other girls. Or my parents, they said they can't look after me. They're also struggling. Come on. This 21st century. The same way we've reached to Ddc Skool of Thoughts. That means your cycle of friends, your network is big. Network with people around you. Ask for advice. Get help from people around you. Than for you, you see, this is the challenge that I think needs to be talked about, and we need to empower our children, both boy child and girl child, to make sure that they mustn't depend on anyone. They have to be their own boss. They have to make ends meet by themselves. Because this thing of saying, right, because you're too lazy to go and work, or because you think you're yellow born, men who flock to you and you don't want to go to work. You want to have a Brazilian hair for 500, 700, but you tell us. I think they need to change this narrative. This ladies, to be honest, try to be your own self. Try to do things that you can do. Network, ask. You can't say 28. You're saying I can't work. South Africa is big. Everyone's going to work. People are struggling. I understand, but if you're just waiting for one person to come month and give you 400 rand and bamboos you and says, you know what, you're saying this will through me, then it doesn't make sense, right? I've got Lolo on the phone here. Lolo, how are you? Sorry, I've been ranting. I didn't mean to. Hey, what's up?
Hi. Hi, everyone. What do you say?
Bo, Sibanze, sina Lolo.
How are
Yes,
you doing,
Bo.
darling? Lolo, how are you? Ah, pana Samuel.
What is darling?
Ah,
Aiwa. No, I understood what's what, but what I'm just trying to say is you see how the society functions, right?
yes, sir.
If I say kuna mkoma gwangu, yes, darling mkoma gwangu, people will think we are gay. But for you guys, yeah.
We can say hi, babe. We can say my love.
Exactly. Yeah, you can get that. Do you think I was saying Dr. Love? Hi, Dr. Love, my darling, how are you? I don't know. No, I'm being real.
Hi, sweetheart. How are you
Wait, what
doing?
hi, darling, rain, and it's normal. Nothing happens, but I cannot say hi, darling, guna Dr. Love. I cannot say hi, love, guna mkuma bang. People will say, oh, they were very straight runner. Saka, no, it is what it is.
Aiwa ndikoko pane zvimwe zvinozvikuti hazviite kune vanhu vakati kana kuti vakati zvakungofanira kuti ndinogona kuti halo sweetheart kuna mbuya vako aika hazviite pane mambo asingangoite pane vanhu zvinongoita apa zvinoita apa hazviita halo my darling mukoma gwangu anonovhunduka
Atovhunduka. Okay. Sibo, ndausibuka. Lolo. Lolo bato kadaro, hold on. Machisto, how are you doing? Melody Machenga, say Sonia Smith, how are you doing? What did Sonia say here? Sonia said something. Great opening speech, dear. Oh, thank you. I normally don't talk too much, do I? How much is he giving you? That's Loro asking there. When you are ready to leave, you leave that abusive relationship. Machisto Elder, do you think these couples have fallen apart before coming to a foreign country? Right. Seranyan say in kuvabereki yes vari kupopota end of the day vanokugamuchira. Mashistori, good evening DDC. Tasha Murisei, say how are you doing? Right, I was reading stories. Sonia said here, people need to leave those first and love your hair and the skin you are in. Please, Sonia said, please let's see how she can be helped, if at all. Can she buy and sell? How educated is she? Can she work? Is she skilled? Okay. Samisikala, how are you doing? Andina kunonoka kusvika here pano? No, hauna Sami. Totanga utodai so. So Lolo, talk us through. What check with your young sister?
Firstly, how much is she getting? I think that's like the most important question.
From the boyfriend? From the baby dad? I don't know, because the baby says, she says he pays the rent, buys the food. So
how much is rent?
I don't know where she is. So let's presume how much are the rents in South Africa? Say uchigara ku ghetto. Say urugara ku Kaliche, Guguletu, or urugara ku Tembisa, urugara ku Soweto.
I thought we were talking about someone who stays in the ghetto. Right?
Okay.
We're not saying about someone who stays in the suburbs. We're just assuming that she stays in the ghetto.
Okay. So hypothetically, get married.
No, ndakabvunza kumubvunzo eld kuti munhu atokutaura nezvake tungofungidzira kuti anogara mugeto handiti.
Yes.
Ende ari muone room mugeto kana kuti ari mufull house mugeto.
And I don't go that one room to be on the safe side.
So kana ari one room mugeto, maybe it's about 2,000 rands to 2.5 depending. Abana kungoiswa room ine shower handiti netoilet mukati. Ndingofungidzira kuti munhu ari mujoni ari muroom ine shower netoilet mukati afanirwa kubuda panze kuti aende kutoilet. Rent yake iri pa2,000 kana 2,500 handiti. Kana setup yavo yakamira yakadaro nemamira zvakaita baby dates kuda kana vamupa 1,000 yegrocery vanenge vamuzama, which is now 3,500 yaari kuspenda paari. Kuda budget ya baby date for her is about maybe 4.5 a month. Ndakungofungidzira kuti ari pa 4,500 rands a month yaanopiwa na baby date.
Okay.
Ndo yaakagarira. Zvandanopa maybe kuda tikada kuwira naye papa kuti akagara maybe kuda $200.
Man.
Kana $250 just to be safe pana baby date.
Okay.
Munhu anoenda kunoura. Anokurova. Anokuabuse even emotionally. And wakagara $250. Wakagara 4,500 rands. You are 28 years of age. You've got one child. You are in South Africa. And the thinking capacity is akasiyana sevanhu ende maonero atinoita zvinhu akasiyana. For me, I think I have shared my story. Baba mwana wangu akandivaka one, my ex-husband. Akandivaka one, and the next morning I was packing my bags and I was leaving. They tried to come and apologize for I was like, and this could zokera kunorowa. Vamwana wangu asimumba vachinditi mama uyu afa akakurova futi zvezo nezviri mupenyu ndikati kumukafa mangwana. I refused. My ex-husband had a good job. He was doing very well for himself at that time. Even when I left there, the money that I had, my first passport that I ever took was because of Mariake. He had good money. But I could not stay there because of the money. The minute he raised his hand on me, the minute I saw a different eye, towards me, I immediately knew that I'm not staying to see another side or to see this side again or to be disrespected again by this person. So at 28, in South Africa, where you are exposed to, let's say, SABC 1 to ETV for free if you've got a TV. You're being exposed to so many different things. You've got even internet to be able to watch DDC and to hear what other people have to say on a day-to-day basis. You've got access to the internet and to see what other people are posting on the internet. Akagaire. Is she used to the abuse? Is she okay? I think maybe it depends. Is she okay with the abuse? Is she telling herself that the devil I know is better than the devil I don't know? When you're saying you're suicidal, what's triggering the suicide? Are you telling yourself that you're not pretty enough? Are you telling yourself that there's no one who's going to love you in Bana or what? Or what are you afraid of? Are you afraid of being called a single mother? Or so you'd rather stay in that relationship and not quite anayemunu? Who are you associating yourself with? Can I move vacation? Usually I know certain people will tell you, no, it's okay. Is that the reason why she's there? Okay, at 28 unogona kutanga kuwana basa what you call kana maybe with some qualifications or something. I'm gonna go advertise about to clean and get it. And then wait time because usually for me the ladies because I usually get someone once a month who does the windows, the curtains and all that. Because my curtains are day white and I want them hand washed. She comes in, she gets money. Okay, advertise you do you charge a day, which is usually about 350 rands a day just of watching and they spend the whole day panabachi watcha. I suka my window. If sometimes I've got things like my cupboards and that would be, then I'll come in my kittens could me or something, and then they do the other part of the house, and then you give them their 350 at the end of the day. You do that. I was about to children 4 kind of 5 down in the one per week. I get an extra 2,000 rands. I cheese up aside. My girlfriend's like. I say an extra 2,000 rands. I get a 2,000 rands. I get a saver for the next 3 months, 6,000. It means that you can now get your own place. I pin them no do. I go pin them 1 room. I get 1.2. I was about 1.2. I get them I get here until covered. You may marry each other. Like right now, it's hot in South Africa. There's like a terrible heat wave. When you say my lollipop, mufiriji wesunga neplastic wotenga oro so some firiji wotanga utengesa 1 rand. At the end of the day you've made about 200 rands extra kagara clean up my kitchen. If you do that at the end of the week, maybe you've got 400 rands. There are so many things you can do in South Africa. Ukaona chikona chako chiri empty, unokwanisa kutengesa ma-streets, unokwanisa kutengesa nzungu, ubereka mwana wako maxine utakura bucket lako uyisepo kutengesa maxine udzokera kumba. You've made about another maybe 100 rands or 200 rands at the end of the day. Imari yako yakanangana niyo. I'm one person who always brags that I'm a spoiled brat, and I am so spoiled. And it's very rare. It's 1 out of 10 someone who asks me out and doesn't take care of me. It's very rare. I am so privileged enough to for me, I'm taking care of it. But do you know what I'm saying? Elder and Chinda class. Young no nakiza kujiga. And now I know the foods of Nemaga Zaya and I think cakes like 150 rands Musantin. It's my money. I can eat a cake slice for 150 rands. I should not think I cake at 100 rands is a full cake. I will eat a slice because it's my money.
Okay.
And I know the phones are put in the So if you're 28 years of age, I found questions. I found questions at Masano. I can say, do this and the guy, and I found putting the guy Sunday. They advertise. Matora earlier on Mashokaka, and I was like, you know what? I've actually been procrastinating something that I am very passionate about. And the elder is saying, if you've got your own business, come and advertise. We are Panapa Ddc Skool. Do Chagabas. When I know South Africa, look clean the ground, look what you going. Job. She's got a vast network that she can use and say on a day-to-day basis. Just from in the life, you're advertising someone. No, so what you know, so you can just go. I'm willing to pay this amount of money. Go and help that person once or twice a week to clean that house. You're being abused by someone. America 9 months, Wako 9 months. In South Africa, only 101. You are beautiful, you're young, you're intelligent. She can even go back to school. So form 3 chayo. Kunotanga kuti 1, 4 years from now, she's in her 2nd year in university or something. Like for me, abuse is no. And maybe I never saw my parents fighting. Maybe that's the reason why I do not know. And also maybe because I'm a daddy's girl. My father loves me so much. I love my dad so much that for me, if anything happens to the family relationship, I look at how my father reacts, or how my father treats my mother, or how my grandfather treated my grandmother. That I go like, a man should never treat a woman like this. Are you there for the title? Are you so used to being taken care of at 28 that you're afraid of change? What is she afraid of? And how much is she getting? Can I actually want to maybe go down over 15,000 rands? And then some of us cannot tell you. So no advice, man. Go 15,000. If I both say held, I know that no one pay the marriage and everything. And once you move. I don't know this actually. Not in the elder, someone that does rock to the panel from a big jet. Not how could I love, but then you show a bigger chance to open up an appariripo. I've got a friend of mine who's got an allowance for 120,000 rands a month from her husband. Oh, yes.
But okay. Hold on. With your experience with this kind of friends, right? So what's in there for them? Only money.
Big.
And then what?
And then take care of the big. She's doing amazing things. I'm talking about projects. I can left, right, and think.
But does this person know that the person I got to feel it?
No, I'm just not a new. I'm just not a new show. And I'm talking to my boyfriend. I was actually laughing at her the other day because she was telling me about someone who she met on TikTok. I'm like, how do you even meet people on TikTok? And anyway, that was on flights and they are put off my movement. They also place of a boyfriend in South Africa.
So, okay. How best can I say this? I'm trying to. I'm brainstorming. I'm trying to understand the logistics behind it. If you give a woman 120,000 rands as whatever you call it every month, right? Allowance. Right. Wow, what is this guy trying to compensate? Is he not like?
He's got the money. So remember, this is the thing that we're talking about, someone who's got the money. So for him, this is cheap change.
Wow. He's loaded.
For him, it's cheap change.
But this is cheap change.
No, because I want to understand, because isusa na grimerina anditi tisina mari kubasa kwedu ndiko kumanje kwekulambasa kuti nowanzoshanda chaizvo because ndokukapera shungu. Saka ava vema 120 ava, do they perform or anocompensate maybe his weakness by spoiling the woman so that the woman doesn't complain?
Okay, so in my understanding of their marriage, and
their marriage,
their sex life was amazing. Oh yeah, this marriage.
They use that money to my boyfriends.
She's happily married. Happily married. And in my understanding, when they started dating, their sex life was amazing. And their sex life was amazing. Budi works a little bit way too much, but Budi kushanda kwa understand and kuti shamari yangu ane my high standards.
Okay, hold on.
Saka Budi has the time Vanushanda because he has to make sure that she's happy.
Pause.
But also forgetting.
Mira, pause. So, given a choice, this guy is trying to keep high maintenance of a lady. That's why he's overworking, right? And the lady is taking advantage of the workaholic of her husband and use the money with other boyfriends. That's being silly.
Don't you what else?
Second, happily married. To be honest, okay, if you ask your friend, what does she want? Not what does she want?
She doesn't know what she wants. She doesn't know what she wants.
Sorry.
Listen, I've come to give advice because since you're not happy. I don't know what my do one away. We are 28. The ones that come by advice. When you are track, I'm already out of pure. And you get them book like the me want to say,
Is your friend beautiful?
We are pure. She's okay.
Yeah?
She's okay. Money makes everyone look pretty.
Nice one. Hi, Papa. Hi, Papa. Hi, Daura Zaka. Hi, Papa.
Look pretty. You look pretty, whether you like it or not. If I've got a Brazilian here that costs like 6,000 rands, lashes here, nails here, makeup on flick, I will look pretty whether you guys like it or not. Money makes everyone look pretty. So I can't give the person who's getting money advice, but depending on how much this girl is getting. My sister, if you're getting less than 5,000 rands from this guy, or even less than 10,000 rands from this guy, leave. Your peace of mind is very important. How much? What time is it in South Africa?
Yeah, then, yeah.
Keep it down. Not to keep it down, kuna landlord. How do you tell me to keep it down? I can start playing music at 12 midnight in this complex. No one can come and tell me to say, my sister, keep it down. Why? I pay my own bills. How is this your problem?
No.
I can tell him, dude, let me request, I'm going home. I don't have time for this shit. I've got a house to go back to in my name. The list is mine. They can break up and define Jimadums that, you know what, I can't do this. I can't. I've got white wedding. Like, literally, bye.
What about this is the problem. To date somebody who's been single for too long. You can't. You trust me. If you date a lady who has been single for too long, as a man, you're in trouble because they've got their own set of ways of doing things. They feel kuti uri kumukontrora but utaura pachirume kuti no wona ndadesonzi udonjairira sezvomataro uri kuitewe.
Alright, naenda kumba kwemunhu ndaabusive handiri kundoramba ndiri kuona kuti ndiri kuda kunzwisisa. Ini ndaudza chokwadi. Ini munhu ane direction yangu achizoda kukuroora red flag.
No. Hold on. Well, I'm not following, right? Lolo, ndakuziya for years, and it. Then that's got your point. You would see, I've gallivanted. You have gallivanted, and it. Then no. You have known me. I know you, right? Now I want to settle. I want to marry you. Red flag, but we just say.
Red flag.
Aso zamu dere kuroro.
ndachida hangu kunzi sumuka mukadzi wangu vakuona ndotochida kunzi mirai tanga DDC School of Thoughts regedzai ndimboti maidewa mukadzi wangu sumuka vakuona ndotozvidawo kunzi sumuka vakuone mukadzi wangu
saka chausikada pachia
asi usauye nemashoko ekundudza kuti ndakukuwana kana ndakukurora uya nemashoko ekuti rei ndakufarira and ndida kumbowanawo nguva yekuti ndichatandara newe kusvika pachazonzi najehovha takuende direction yangu iwe neni kuti is there a future between us or anything. Then I know that you know what you're actually going to take your time to know who Lorraine is. Ukangoya statement yokuti ndakambokudza nyaya yekuti ndakarambirwa ice cream ini nchinzo saka ngoti ndikusevha mari kunokurora apa ndakusikirwa kona ice cream nje ye6 rand asi ndakanzi mari inozoshota yekunokurora mari ndikaiona ichisevhewa ikanorora umwe munhu grosari ndikanzi ngatarike nekucambridge tinotenga grosari then kumba kwenyu vakatanga deko ndikatenga makesi eshuga ndikadii ndikatanga kustoka pavanozondipa list then ndinazvo ona kuti vanapa munhu kutora ngakaupenyu izvo no saka please mared flags antombomati anouya achinza kuti kanda kukurora ichori red flag direction yangu andile come and say Lorraine, I want to get to know you.
But Lolo,
come get and know who Lorraine is.
You guys, you see, at times Ddc Skool of Thoughts at times confuses me. One time you say the other things, you guys say the other things. Monoti communication, right? Know what you want.
Communication is key.
Right.
Communication is key.
This
and you said something that was very important earlier on, Elder. Marty, if you meet someone who's been single for too long, there are certain things you mustn't say to them. Come and get to know who I am. Okay, from me perspective, when it comes to Zimbabwean men, when someone says they want to marry you, and this majority of Zimbabwean men want you to change certain things. Ndaona waposta zvakati, ndaona wakomenta kumvenge, ndaona kuti nasipo mazodza na darling akaita darling wako panyaya dzechi ukusagara nasipo auzokuti sipo hana murume saka sipo azodaita ndazona sipo aposta kwakati akakutega nemakadzi watega wanewo chimbowabloka chimbondipa password yako yefacebook ndiona kuti muri kupinda vanani nemazokuti ndanzinoda kuwanikwa. Now I have to change. Handichakwanisa kupfeka zvandofarira. I now have to wear a dress in a certain manner because I now need to get married to you. Masito ndemashurugu the minute anokudza kuti ndakukurora pane chinotochinja chete. Mukangona Lorraine akasaposti paFacebook 2 months wotozoti chakachaya ndakabhilivhisiwa ende shome ndakabhilivhisiwa kana ndisina nditani zvangu bhilivhiswa check Facebook unotoona kuchinja kwayo kuti panapa masamba.
So in short, you are saying that most Zim men, they've got this controlling behavior, narcissist ideas in them, and they want, they've got this sense of ownership if they marry you. Or is it because, can we give them the benefit of the doubt of saying maybe they reflect where they came from their past, maybe relationships where they were married and they tried to blend with the current crop of lifestyle, where they make maybe their women to be independent to do whatever they want to do, and they cheat on them, or they become too bossy and too loud, then they went separate ways. So now they are trying to, I wouldn't say control, they are now trying to maybe to put their foot down, not to repeat the same mistake which they have experienced with their previous women in their lives. I don't know, because if I'm to marry you and I will say to you, look, Laura, I've now married you. I know you've been to Mvenge, you're doing all these kind of things. Um, it doesn't sit well with me. I want you to be my woman, so I expect you not to nyanganya in those streets anymore. For the sake of my name is Dewa. I'm a well-respected elder in the community. So if you post chinyanganya kunana sibu mshitamba chips muchita say no, I want you to be more reserved. Is that controlling, or it's me saying the things that I feel I expect of you to do, and by you not living Mvenge or DDC, would it cost you anything, or ungoda kweta kustubborn kuti because wakona ndiriko saka I will feel kuti uri kuda kufila kuti inini because ndakakuona uriko I cannot change you. Can you not be just a little bit like flexible, lenient, say okay, the one was not in the DDC. Yes, now I can associate with maybe married couples, that kind of stuff. Is there anything wrong there?
There's nothing wrong with that, but for me, I don't know if you've ever heard the saying, which when a woman is loved properly, it's easy for me to let go of certain things.
Okay.
And then I talk with you, and then I talk with you on that line in the morning. It's a Facebook account, and little dicks of my Facebook account.
Don't you watch and this is sarcastic.
And this is now because guess what? I've got other things to concentrate on. But don't come and say, because you're going to get it. Oh, the children and I'm going to DDC a panel in young way and we should know like
Auntie, what do you
Could DDC panel in your method and I said, watch up for me to be.
Okay.
Lolo, he read the flag because I did one with you. Right, let me recap this bada recap. Ngoma kwangu muri
boss, what do you say?
Bo regaite recap kibusibada recap ndokubata mama njira memwada. Ana kone muri na that's narcissistic behavior. Stephen Chikuta zuri say mzaya wangu zuri say Sonia Smith Zimen is segment measures of men. Right. Felista Celine, how are you doing? Kone muri na zuri say Stephen Chikuta, how are you doing? Jennifer Kapepo zuri say and you wende mchana vana ndokurora ava ma-red flags for sure. Sibo loveness, how are you doing? Spagwahala really say Mkoma Jafet Mparasa say 1 or 2 ladies on this chat needs to get the mobile number and talk to her 1-to-1. Oh, thank you. We'll do that, Mkoma. Mary Robert say, how are you all doing? Mary Robert say, obviously her friend wants the money. Koni Merinda, bonjour DDC, Komasava Messi, Boko, Koni. Greetings to you family. Any fam pofu really say Kumal, how are you doing? Sinsendo mpofu linjanis lihlobo molo mhlobo wami sinsendo mpofu molo sisi kunjani. Mary Roberts, and I've seen you there. Petronia Mukonra really says shelter Anisu Fawaro sweetheart, how are you doing? Mega my Kiki, how are you doing? 2DG, how are you doing, my dear? Tracy Infomogena, thanks for watching, my dear. How are you doing? Ambulon Rufu, thanks for watching. Bibiana Jules, how are you doing? Hi, Mose, that's Bibiana there. We're doing great, Bibiana. How are you doing? I don't think I've missed anyone on this chart here. I don't think so. Right. Let me do this one before people ask me to recap. Right, abusive. Hello, School of Thoughts. Please hide my ID. I'm 28 years old. The name one and the baby dad is abusive. So the relationship has been on and off. Mwana wangu ane 5 months and I'm also finding it hard to get a job. SA. This makes it difficult. Kusiyana naye ndinotochka kuzoshaya chekudya and pekugara because ndiye anotenga chikafu and rent. He uses this to his advantage. My family can't help me. They are also struggling. And vakati ndizvionere. Zvamwari chaizvo handimude because he is a serial cheater and abusive. Anotaura nemama girlfriends ake in my presence. He usually comes kupera kwemwedzi anenge akadhakwa demanding gwangu or else no help. Ndobvuma, but I don't enjoy it. Sometimes I think of committing suicide. Ndapererwa and I am really tired. I need your advice. How can I leave this monster? Please help. So for those who are just joining us, that's our topic for tonight. Lolo has elaborated and asked the questions of, okay, how much is she getting from this man? If she's paying rent for 2,000 or 1,500, this guy's budget maybe is 4,500. And Lolo suggested, why can't she just do what everyone else is doing? It's hot, make some lollipops out of Oro's drinks and sell, or just do piece jobs where you go around cleaning people's houses, you get 350 rands a day. And Lolo went on to say, I've got a friend who is being given 120,000 rent a month. Hanzi munhu akadaro ndingamutisiya here hazviiti. Anozoti ndinoenda kupindira bag ndodya bag. Even if they're getting 15,000 upkeep a month, kumutisiya hazvibudi because inwacha cannot have 15,000. But you have 2,000 uyu anokwanisa kuita mabhinda uko achikwanisa kuzvionera nekuzvibatsira. So that's our topic for tonight. How can we help this young lady who is 28 years of age with a 5-month-old child who is an abusive dad? They're usually on and off in their relationship, and the baby dad always comes month and he's the one who is paying the bills, food, and everything. But when he comes, this young woman, she's not enjoying sex, and this man commands sex. If he says no, she'll be told, okay, I'm not going to pay the bills. So she ends up having sex with him. Though she's saying she's not enjoying the sex, she doesn't love him, but she's got no choice because he's the one who is putting food on the table, the one who makes them have shelter over their head. Saka oita seyo pakadaro. Sibo, what's your take on this one?
Mazino chaiwo mazino ehuku. At least ataura chokwadi kuti ndinofane nzara ndikasiya baba vanhu ndo kune chibhanzi. Vaza kuti she's a stay home mama, hana kana pekubata ende vabereki vake kana nehama dzake dzinotondirasa. Ndofunga ndinotomurasira kuti kuda kuramba murume seiwa uyo ugiri asingazivi kuti ari kugarira chi kunapa. Saka icho chokwadi chekuti dai aona pekupunyukira vanaka handizivi kuti hakuna maresources here ema-abused women kanawo counseling kongocancelawo as a stay home mom. Club zvakagara zviriko whether you are abused or not abused. Kuna vamwe vanoitawo tumabhedha kupinda kuzvare wife kuti nawo uchimirawo nepako samai vevana haungangomiriri kunzi kumirawo mari yeusavi kumirawo mari yechichi, although zvinogona kuitika nguva nenguva asi hazvizodi kuti ungomirira mari yababa. Sora hako kuti baba havawadi kuvada unovada haudi maiti zvimwe zviito zvavo nokuti havaizoroorwa nemunhu wausingadi, havaizobvuma kunoita kana mwana nemunhu wausina mubvira wada. Saka kuvada unovada asi haudi zvavanokuita zvekuabhuza izvo zvine zvekutaura namagirlfriends avo in your presence ndo zvausingafarira. You don't like his behavior because dai wanga usingawadi wausina kumboroorwa navo usina kuita vana navo. Saka toti ngatikoreketana ipapo kuti unovada asi haudi maitiro avo kana kuti zvavava. You don't like or love the men he has become. In English, it sounds much easier and is straight to the point. You don't like the way he's treating you. You don't like the men he has become. Saka wakuda kutocontemplate suicide. First of all, found others are suicide. Kuti mkoma Jafet vataura kuti mumwe munhu ngatsvaga namba dzakataura naika. I mean, ndikutoziva kuti vataura pane point iyoyo because munhu kangotorana suicide, it's a serious allegation. Whether waita sei ungoti ndoda kuzviuraya ndofunga kuzviuraya, it's a 911. Handiti sokutaura kuno kwatiza kusamba yakanyorwa ringe pamunhu akatozvitsungirira kudhara. Handimazviona kuti don't really, if you think kuti unoda kutozvitsungirira, talk to somebody first and then write to us. Kuzoti ndakatombocontemplate kuzvitsungirira asi ndakazotaurwa nakanyakanya but nyaya yangu haina kupera ndiyo iyi. Because suicide itori nyaya yega yakazvimirira kuda kuzviuraya. Inyaya itori serious yakazvimirira, whether zvekuzotirane kuti wabhizwa here wozodii kana wazodai atova mamatano. Saka let that suicidal thought ibude mupfungwa mako. That one enda kana kuchipatara chaiko chaiko. I don't know kuti makomiti yamunogara kwakamira sei, because kunokuangutira kuti suicide unopinda mental, unongatozviparira wega, unozongozodemba kuti uchati anzi nachitamba it's too late. Wakutoendwa kuengusheni, wakutombotira mental illness wako iwowo, then they will deal with your mental that led to you to want to kill yourself. Saka pfungwa yekuda kuzviuraya mwai mwana chimboisiyai, pane vana kapa toga chisaura panamba kuti hausi kugona, hauna chawagona kuti kuzviuraya kana ndokutaura kuti ndozviuraya. Zvinovhundutsa, yes, but vamwe vanhu they will base you for that, kuti you are being selfish, kuti kungozvifunga zvako wega, hausi kufunga vana vako ava. Uringofunga zvako kuti ini ndanzwa ndarwadziwa kudai saka ndakuzviuraya inini. Saka vana vanosara nani, vambofunga here kuti nditofunga ndikazozviuraya zvishuwa vana vangu vanosara nani, ini ndagara ndichitambura kudai, vana vakazondika ndosiya vana sei. Ndiyo pfungwa yai yandipinda, nditoshaya kuti vana vangu ndoita sei navo vana. Tobva taona kuti une shungu, you love your kids, but now apa it's like you just love yourself. Uri kutongozvifungira wega, inini ndikazozviuraya ndazonzwai ndazodai, ko vana vako. Handiti saka ukafunga nezvevana vako, nezvekufunga kuti ndaida kuzviuraya asi handidi kuzviuraya asi ndoda kuraramira vana, ndozvoita kuti ubve pane baba. Ndoda kuraramira vana vangu. I want to see my kids grow old and I also don't want to die. Ina handidi kufa, although munhu wese anofa ake, that's you know, it's a given. Kutozoziva kuti munhu wese anotofa chete, whether it's suicide, not extent or kurwara, munhu achatongofa chete, but we don't talk like that. We don't talk like ndoda kutofa mangwana kana kuti it's easy kufa. It's not easy. Saka do not play with ndoda kuzviuraya, ndafunga kuzviuraya, ndichazviuraya ini. Hazvina zvazvinoreva. Kuvhundutsira, uri kuzvivhundutsira kana kuda kuzvishingisa, hamuna kuda kushingisana. But have that thought out of your mind, please. Kuti ndoda kuzviuraya. Chingoti ndibetirewo, ndodiko, ndatambura pano, vana vangu kandodii. Handiti. Then tobva taziva kuti uchatsvaga rubetsero rwokubviswa pusini pauri. Woneswa kana kuti kumahomes, amene kuti kune mahomes here abused women zvandataura izvi, kuti kumakomiti kwamunogarawo. Isu tachinja pakugara, takugara kuno kuchirungu, zvinhu izvo zviri readily available. Kusangoda havo vanhu kuenda kunogara kana kubatsirwa, rubatsiro rwacho rwuripo jahwi. Unotopiwa imba, unotobhadharwa school fees dzevana if you're open enough and being honest. But to talk about suicide, you'll be in a chain for the rest of your life and the kids will be taken away from you. About you're not a fit mother. Ndonozokanda vana mvura wachina ndashaya kunoita sei navo uraya vana. And saka tinotora nyaya iyoyo, tinotora nyaya yekuti unobva sei papozisheni yauri so that unenge your mental capacity irambe iri sane. Because right now you're becoming insane. Toda kuti udzosere dignity yako, udzosere umai wako kana kuti usikana hwako, not meaning virginity. I'm talking about your human being, you're worthy. Kuti uri munhu iwe hauzi chinhu. Yakarehwa na soldier love. Handizvo, uri munhu, uri mai vevana, utori pamwe mukadzi umwe murume achazokuroora, achakudawo madiro auri kuda kudiwa. Kana kuti madiro aifunga kuti ndouchagara pamba apa nakomrade ava. Saka komrade ava havana dhiri. Nokuti kana vachikurova vachikuabhuza zvavakufanira kuti unotaura handizvidika, kana kuti iye anotoziva. Pana mwana, they prey on people, ukangomuratidza weakness yako now, they want to abuse you, vachitoshandisa that weakness, whether being a man or mukadzi. Vakongoziva chete kuti you are vulnerable, vakati vanotokutsikirira ipapo pacho ipapo, vachikutsikirira iwe uchizviona hauna kutsikirwa. Fanga iwe wandokutaura kuti hauna chekubata handikaenda, because you are depending on this guy. Vakawanda vakadzi vakawanda they depend on their men. Unotodwa achitanga zvinhu kuti murume iyeye ndiye chiko. Just because anoziva kuti murume akaenda iye zvake zvadzva. Saka have something, find, please, men of my next door, anyone, kana family yako ichiramba. Unofana une munhu one kana kuchechi kana machurches. You can go kuchechi unoti mufunge nemaifundisi mbavafundisi ndine ndatambudzika inini kumba kwandinogara dai vana vangu. Don't mention kuda kuzviuraya because vanokusiya vachifunga kuti kutamba, then also and you end up killing yourself. But unenge usina kugona vana vako vanozoda kutambura worse than you are tamburing right now. So your first priority is your kids and how you get out of that situation. And get yourself out. Because obviously kufara murume wako unomuda waimuda asi hauchamudi nemabatiro ako kuita iko zvino, because you don't get forced kudana nemunhu nekuti you don't get forced kuzororwa and you don't get forced kuita nhumbu. Unenge wazivhurira makumbo ako nemunhu waunoda moitana zvezva moitana woita mwana and zvozochinja pamberi apo. Saka murume wako waimuda maidanana mabasa nezviito ndozvachinja apa nepfungwa dzachinja nemafungiro auri kuita. Saka ndokumbira kuti uwane waunotaura naye umudhuze imomo kana pachechi kana kupolice station. You can just go to the police and say you want to talk to vanoita nezveizvozvi zvema well-being yevanhu, abuse and something. Vanofana kunge vatori neoffice and then say your things. You will be surprised kuti wakagarira nyaya yakasorwa nezuro chai. You go to a place where murume wako will end up paying for your kids and yourself. Anokubhadharira iwewe just for him achifunga kuti akangwara. Anditi iwe usazvitsikirire iwe, you're still breathing when you get two hands dzinoshanda nemakumbo anoshanda nepfungwa dzinoshanda. Anditi saka use those zviri wisely, not kuda kuzvidestroya just because watsikirirwa nemwana wamai anhingi uyu mukomana uyu. Mukore uno hauziwo kuti anzi ndasunzwa ina nhingi naimi ndodiko. Aiwa ndakanzwa ina nhingi ndikatosiya ndikati ndatopana chimwe chinhando. Whether uri murume kana uri mukadzi, vanouya kwadhiva varume ndazodai varume kujaira kuda kujaira kuitirwa mabasa. Varume vane usimbe. Unomuudza mukadzi wako kuti panapa masamba ari kusiyana ini ndakuruma pasi tinochaya custody yevana and then you go to court. Kuda kuda kunhapwa nemwana wamai nhingi haisi njodzi yako. Mwana wamai wako ndowanotoshuva kuti mwana wamai wangu zvinondodii. Zvino mwana wamai nhingi uko abeneko wakadaroko kuda kutoda kuzviurayira anosara achidya sadza iro akazvimbirwa akadhota iwo afa. Saka chinja mafungiro mwana wamai ndombosira ipapa dhiwa.
Thank you much, Sibo. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Ngoma kwangu. Your text.
In I'll be brief. Problem, some of our sisters. Vanofunga kudya kunge ameno. Because tikada kuti tizvitarise papapa. Munhu uye anambotanga behavior yake nhasi yakatanga vari mukomana nemusikana. But just cause panodyiwa vazhinji vakafikira iyoyo kudya iyi. Why some of us tichiita kunge mapete because bete haridi kuona pane cheese. I don't know why, and I don't think kuti zvoitwa navanhu vanoshaya fanika uyu. I've seen vanhu vari muma-abusive relationships, manesi vari kushanda mabasa ari nani. So my sisters, some of you musakudza kudya stereki. I just don't know why. Kana iwe uchiti munhu unouya achikumbi dagwa hangu kwouri, wabva akadhakwa, wabva akaita sei, umwe musi uchauya nesiki yamaronda achijuja kana yedrop agoda kugwangurana newe, but just because iwewe ndopauri kuraramira, you will have to take it. Come on. Musakasira futi. Vazhinji venyu vamwe ndovaona vanoda zvokutenda varume nenhumbu. Ndopane pasina mwana apa waingofamba uchiti chero ukandowana chikadhibhokisi chako chounogadzika apo unovata, but zvino just because paane mwana iproblem. So my sisters, musakudza kudya uye tsvagai love kwete kutsvaga material things. I have been always saying this. iyi hazvibetseri, because material things ikapera. Ukauya mumba mangu uchida furniture irimo mumba mangu, ko kana pakaita moto ikatsva ndisina mari yokutenga imwe, wodi totosiyana. Tsvagai love kwete material things. But aiwa unogoudza ani kuudza mukuru wewe avateereri vanhu vacho. So apa zvaungaita ndofunga zvataurwa kudhara, chete nyika dzari kana ari kuSA uchitori foreigner zvako, especially kana usina mapepa, my god, havana basa nechinhu chinonzi mazimba. Imbotarisa izvezvi, kana mukaurayana mega mazimba, mapurisa vemuSouth Africa haana kana serious nazvo. Asi kana kuri kuti munhu atofa mondo muSouth Africa, ndo imwe problem yataita iyeyo. Kana uri kuSouth, handizivi hangu kuno vakambogarako ndimi ana Sivo kuti munoziva hamuna here zvimwe zvimaorganization zvinokwanisa kubatsira maethnic minorities. Tina vamwe vanhu vakaita problem munomu, ndikavadirector kuno kumwe kunobatsirwa vanhu ivo vakangoita sesu ethnic minority ariko. I doubt very much kana zviriko kunana South Africa, this type of organizations, because uri parufusi, to be very honest. But beaten once, twice shy. Ukawana paunowana kana kutoisa chibereko concrete zvinobvumidza. Usaita mwana, haikona kungoda kukasira kuita varume, kungoitira murume mwana. Nesuvo varume, kana usingadi, ina handizi kuti ini handikwanisi kurara nomunhu wendi. Nyangwe ndikanzi ndandotora mukecha munhu mubhawa chaimo, at least panofana kuva nekapercentage kerekera kekudanana karimo. Hongo ndamutora hangu mubhawa, unovatirei nomunhu usingadi. Inini personally handizvikwanisi. Nyangwe ndandokutora mubhawa sipo, ndandokutora mubhawa romumasese chaimo, panofana kunge pane kachemistry kekuti tinopindirana. Zvino vamwe vanozvikwanisa. Zvasiyana inongondotenga hako mudhori wako urara nawo mudhori, because kurara nomunhu usingadi, usingadi, I don't know kuti vamwe vanhu vanozviona it's very easy hazvo kuna vamwe varume. But I just don't know. Uye hakuna kungokasira kungoita vana pese pese muchiita fanika vamwe vatungamiriri vetinoziva vanoita kunge achazadza matiroko ezvitima nerekera nevana. Mune muchida kuti zvozodii? Hamulamineti, munoda kungozadza vana pose pose. Aiwa, no guys. Handina zvakawanda zvekutaura, zvinhu zvizhinji zvataurwa. But my sisters, I always stress this. Tsvagai rudo, not material things. And pamavona ndanzwa vamwe vachitaura mared flag panapa. Mared flags achona ane aratidza akawandisa. Ende hamene kuti zvinoita sedhewa. Wakambozviona kuti benzi hariramwi? Benzi rechirume hariramwi navakadzi. Benzi rechirume rinodiwa, ende munhu kwaye hatombodiwi navakadzi. Ya, kwezvinorohwa matumbu ndokwezvinomanya. Wakaona yomwe yawo akapfurwa pagwangu chaipo nerevolver nomunhu wechirume. Vakomana
Kweya ndokunonzi beans. Kana manzi kunosvudwa beans ka, paya akasvudha beans.
Unopfura munhu nerevolver pagwangu uchikuita gwangu kusara yeta unge chitubu chemvura. Varume vakadzi vakawandisa. Handifungi kuti pano murume chaiye wakapana unotofana kutomboshaya hope kana waramwa nemukadzi. Si aende kana asingakudi. Kwete zvokuti ungazosvika pakuita zvinhu zvatakaona zviya izvi. Guys.
Yeah, that's bad.
That's bad. But mukoma gwangu ndikubata zvakuti patichava nyaya iyoyo. Ndo zvishwa ndawana ndo red flags amutaura. Icho wadi unoziva sei kuti zvinozoita kuti vanhu varume vazodaro nyanya ini ndinozoteerera nyaya dzema-crimes and whatever. It's more or less based on ini ndiri kukuchengeta. I'm sacrificing my health, my everything, my happiness, my time for you. yatawa nalolo zvekuti vakadzi vaya vanenge vachiitwa zvese varume vachishanda achiti ndoda kumaintaina mukadzi wangu anditi ozoona mukadzi uya ari busy kuentertaina vamwe vanhu. She's not even entertaining me. Ndiri kuswera ndiri kubasa ndichishandira mari yandiri kumupa iye aite zvaanoda. That's why then they put a bullet on the vagina. A lot happens. Don't you are using me and you are my zvinhu to take care of other things of the people vatinai nezvatiri kuita panapa. Men vanobhoirisa zvinhu they keep kana zvakuzobhajuka manje zvinoexploda one time unorohwa nembama yekuti unopona pahwindo nehasha nemurume anenge anetsa.
Sivo,
yes,
zvinhu izvozvo yausangati zvowanikwa kuvanhu vevakadzi chete. Zvino isusu varume unokwanisa kuenda ndakamboona when was that? I think 87 munotoni momuya pana vakomana vakapfurirana rimwe mugweje wehure. Ndakazvibvunza ndikati imi nai vedu vei varume vakadzi mukadzi wokuti ungashutira munhu vakazomubata muchinda iyeye ogwa nokumisa malifts murekera murodhi yomuchegutu muya rizonzi dzino kuti amisa mota yamasedhi usiku. Saka pavakangotarisa fesi yacho vakati ndomboora yatiri kutsvaka iyi vakabva vaburisa futi ende futi anga akaisa mutrausi ndokubva vamusunga. Asi ukatarisa hure racho rapo raakashutira munhu ndakati ini vedu veka unozwana zviri kwese izvo zviya kuti tinorekera varume unondotora perekera unondoklema mushuku uri musango kuti mushuku uyu ndo wangu makudo anouya achidya netsoko because uri musango hausi pamba pako. Tinozviona izvezvo asi just because pamuwanakigwa nerekera nehari yachona ine yakabikwa mushe upenga nazvo. Ukazvitarisa izvozvo unogona kunge paakamutora pachona zvinodaro zvinoratidza zvega. So anyway hakusi kwokuti kwaindokurudzira kuti vanhu but the best way kungosiya mwana wako chaiye wakazvara unokuitira mashura wako wakapinza chikoro ukaita sei ikoko kwenyu kuunited states handi kunouya mwana wakuNigeria uya wokurekera wakabaya ibanga iri rakaisa baba wake nomuhura ari kusitiro kumashure remota 17 years unotongwa seadult baba vafa iwe pirekera bibibi waruza ndiani ipapo family yose yaruza. So guys iye mwana sisineto kana usingati munhu unotorereiko munhu usingati siya utsvake zvimwe zvinopindirana newe. Vakadzi vakawanda kana varume vachona variko. So ipapapa mwana wachona aita mudoko 45 months ende maparents achona vachitiwo imaparents moti mwana ikoko hayo hapana mamabatiriro tiri kuita chasara kuuya ari mukofini chicho mune maita zvabatsira chii? Because apa waikwanisa kundosiya mwana kuna ambuya oona iye kutamba but kumba kwachona vari kutaurawo madzana mugana ega ega. Saka yes mwana pakadera anofunga kundoita suicide. Ameno vanoziva iyo South Africa asi hamaziviri hangoendinoita namanzwira andakamboita. They just don't give a shit for Zimbabweans South Africans. PaCovid ipapa vanhu vaishayiwa kana kurapwa chaiko zvaitonetsa. Makaona zvaiitwa murekera uya waida kurapwa uko Transvaal nanesi uya matauriro aiita very unprofessional. Uchitaura nomunhu ane problem unoziva kuti kunyika zvino ndo zvimwe zvanetsa ende handizi kuti muSouth Africa machona vana mapepa here. Inguva yakaoma ndosaka manzo achitaura zvazotaura izvo sometimes ndinofunga suicide. Newe murume kana uchiuya uchirara nomukadzi unenge asingadi wokutenga acharuka anonzi madhoiri uri pamusoro woti uri kuite chii? Anyway, it's a complicated story but ngaambozama maybe by chance ungawanawo organization especially non-governmental organization angamwisisa plus isuwo maZimbabweans achona hatibatsirani kana tiri kunze kwenyika. Ukatarisa zvinoitikawo muno vanhu vachibhadharisana masi yawo, unongonawo kuti tiri mpoko dzevanhu kwakabviwa kwacho igavira kabva kumasvuuriro. Hatizivi zvetinoita kana tiri munyika dzekunze, tinobatana rafu. So kwekutizira chaiko mwana uyu Hana, I feel sorry for you. Handina zvakawanda zvekutaura Deva, zvimwe zvacho zvataurwa nevamwe, but it's really a sad situation.
Mago wangu Dewa, newa. Isi chagara South Africa, kwakagara hako kuti ngotyisa, but zvaidependa nokuti uri kugara mulocation rupi. Because abuse chaicho varume vaabuse vakadzi moza vaitwa iye vairohwa. Ndo vairohwa vaitwa muhedhi wemunhingi wemuvaini momo. Kana even vakomana verenkini mai vakangoza kuti murume wasibo anetsa arura nekushusha mukadzi, vaimubata vamusungirira pamuti vamurowa zvekumurowa zviya. Saka zvaitongodependa kuti uri kupi whether uri muforena kana kuti abuse ngoabuse mukadzi nevana nechembere. Community vakomana vaikupai size 10 chai kana 12. Saka singazi kuti ari kulocation rupi. Because zvinodependa kuti vanogara kupi. Because sometimes zvisho kana zvichioneka nevanhu vanext door nekulocation anosora iye ndiye anozouraiwa manje mukomana wacho. Hatidi izvozvo. But maSouth Africa hatambi. Uchiabuse mukadzi wokuti anetori nemwana mucheche uyu. Vanokupai size. I don't know now though. During patakagara isu ma90s kugwa. Vai size. Abuse chemberi. Wairowa.
Amena ari kuti pai
Matanzi.
Pari kuti pane umwe ari kuti kwai ngaaende kumalocal Catholic or Anglican Cathedral andopa problem yake, maybe she can get help.
Yes, even pa police station ndatombota vanoenda pamapurisa paya, because mapurisa is the best. Unokurasika vakazokuabhuza ivarivo, at least waenda kune vanhu veauthority. You go to the police station and tell them your problem. Unongoti wakatobata mwana wako, they will see your kid. Iyo vanenge vakuita utsinye vakasada kukubatsira. Because then they will take it upon themselves to kutsvagira shelter yekuti tokusakupi nhasi manheru anaya. Kana kuti tienda newe togara nekumba kwako tomuudza murume wako kuti iwewe kana usingadi kuti mukadzi wako asingagari pano, iwewe ndiwobva kosara mukadzi wogara. Kana kuti garisana naye, kana kuti anosungwa. Yes, mapurisa kana achienda kuchechi, oenda kuchechi onoita solace kuti unovandira kuchechi, because kana kusina kugara machechi ikoko anopinda chechi inogona kubatsira vachisanotsvaga kuti vangaite sei. Kana mwana kuti mukomana iye akataurwa naye cheche akanzwa akaendwa kune munhu anogona kutaura naye kumukansira kumuona kuti chii, maybe that guy ane mental, ane zvimwe zviri kumunetsawo mupfungwa make, then haana kukuzvitorera, anozvitorera pamukadzi wake. Vakawanda kumabasa vanoshaishirwa mabasa, havakwanisa kumisadzana nabhosi, vanoita murodhi imomo, vanotukana nevanhu, kana kuti shamwari yake yamude, anouya nazvo kumba. Munozviona vana vanenge vachikandwa ukumba, mai chirisiregedzerwa mbava miromo vachitukwa zvisina zvokuti naiye vanoshaya kuti naimi baba imi kwamabva kwakanaka here. You see, so sometimes it's also kana akawana kuti vanokwanisa kutaurwa vese, kana achida kuti relationship yavo iti reconcile, she can go. Vanodedzwa vose vobvunzwa kuti problem yakamira separately, kuti iwewo murume wako ari kudii, iye murume wobvunzwa kuti mukadzi wako ari kudii. Because vese vanogona kutaura nyaya dzakasiyana. Kuti mukadzi wangu anodai achinyepawo, uyo wachiti murume wangu adai vachitaurawo chokwadi, but vanhu vacho vanenge vachivayananisa vozoona kuti panapa I think it's best for you guys to take separate ways. Kana kuti iwe murumewo zvavakuita izvi, you are going to end up in jail. Kana zvavakatoita izvi, takutokusunga pano. Mazvona iwe mai iwe nesituation yako ine mwana, takutokuendesa kuhome, takutoendesa kuabused women's home, unochengeterwa mwana newe uchengeterwa uchidzidziswa mabasa emaoko. I don't know hangu now kuti zviri here kuSouth Africa izvozvo, zvekuti kune ma-organization kana kuti ma-facilities anooffer kuti they will take care of those kids and the woman, vachivaendesa kuchikoro vana, vachidzidzisa vana mai how to take care of themselves, because you don't want to depend on the government as well. If you don't want to depend on the government, you want to be on your own feet from the get-go. Ndari vechidzidzo nyorai pabhodhi, moisa pabhodhi, moisa munhu kupeji kuti tofunga kuti 1, tofunga kuti 2, tofunga kuti 3 on this topic, ma-pointers akati. women should not think they can depend on their spouses or husband forever. They have to bring something to the table. Varume vanofara vachiziva kuti inini mari yangu hainangomirira kupondwa namai kumba uku. It is mai vanokavhira. Handiti vakati kumirizika kuti uda kuita mbiri yekuda kuzikamwa kuti ndimi mai ani nemakazodai ko mune chamunoitei handina wawawa ikaka itaiwo zvamunoita ndinotengesa ndine musika wangu ndinoita makeke apa ndinewo vamheno zvandinotengesa mhodzi dzechii apa dzetsunga toita zvehuku kunototengeseka huku nemazai kamari kana kutobatsira kamari kako zokuti pakaita baba vakanzi vadonha kubasa mari hakuchisina mari hakuna mari yepechena mari yacho iuna mune mari pekutangira ingona kuti uri munhu wanofema anodawo ane needs nemawants handiti you cannot do yours nekuti hauna mari wakutogwadama iwe wakutofamba wakapfugama wachitoti nhai mishumba ndewa mukahuru nhai nzou mukore uno here asikana zero 28 years dai angati anga ane 88 78 years utati ndivo vava kudhara vana sekurumbuya nehanda zvinonzwika zvino 28 years. This girl is 20 years younger than me. 20 28 utanzanzi. You are very capable. You are not disabled. You have think positive for the always, guys. Kana pane chinhu chinenge chichiitika mukati meupenyu hwako chiri kukutadza kurara, chimbozi think positive about it and then you eliminate kuti ndokwanisa kudai izvi handigoni izvi chinhu chakumbira rubetsero zvinokafunga kuti nondirova ndonasikana vake ndiri papafuta saka ndozviuraya ini ko mwana wako ukatozviuraya kutomupa goyi kutoti achoita openly zvaari kutoda achanetseka nekuti chimukadzi changu chiri padhuze shamwari akutotaura freely ngozi wazviuraya. Whether we are men or woman, kuda kuti ndozviuraya zvaishamisira atingi kudhara zvaitoshamisira vanhu aimhanya azodai iko zvino vanongokutarisa so kana vanokukanda munhingi engocheni they will put you engocheni kuti this one is a psycho, this is a mental vokusiya ikoko kudhusha nemapiritsi kudhusha wangofa uri zombi haubudi kana vakakuwa ngoti ndinoda kuzviuraya vanokuevaluata watoona kuti pfungwa dzako dzaita bangaranga wakuiswa engucheni wakunopihwa mapiritsi wakugara wakangoti wauchisira upenyu. Saka if you really want to kill yourself, okay? Chatinyorera tsamba kuti ndada kuzviuraya, tinyorera tsamba yekuti pamunozoona tsamba iyi ndifunga kuti ndakatovigwa toziva kuti wakaita wazochipa executed what muri kuverenga tsamba iyi vana the panelist ndifunga yatova nguva yenyaradzo ndakatozviuraya patsamba iyi totoziva kuti titongodhira nemunhu ache the deceased and rest in peace. So we feel sorry for your kids. Don't think of suicide as a thing inovhundutsa vanhu zvinoshamisira haishamisiri. Of course inovhundutsa, but we don't want you to think of that. Think of your kids, man, and yourself. But I want to live for this, I want to live for myself. Forget about your mom and dad asina kubetsera. Wawa munhu akazvimirira watiwo number uri number, you're a number pauri papa. Uri number 1 baba yako number 2 utori number, saka that number ukafunga kuti number yangu yako haibetsereka, of course eliminate yourself. But you're a number within the numbers. You're not single number 17, low number 55, day 1 number 100. You're a number from number 3. So if you want to take the number 3 off, take it off. Somebody will replace that number quickly. Please. And in South Africa, okay, yes, South Africa, please go and find help. And to church, any church, walk in and pray. Tell your problems. Don't lie. Tell your honest truth. Tell your honest truth. I say I'm willing to learn for my kids. Please. That's me, and I'm sticking with my story, girl.
Thanks so much, Sibo. Thanks so much. Right. Lisa, how are you? Connie, Lisa.
Bobo.
Lisa, Pana Lisa, Connie, Dr. Love, Mugoma Gwangu na Sibo.
Oh, yes, Lisa, yes, Connie, what are you saying? Goza Friday. Lo
Friday chikokiyana.
Right, Connie, what's your take?
Murudo.
Ndinda kutaura. Nhasi vari aiwa rekantaura ainongozi yangu ndiri vema 2 minutes kandobva ndatombotimirei. Unfortunately, handina kutombonzwa munhu achitaura. I was coming in and out, handatombonzwa anything. But topic ndaiverenga. What I want to say to this girl, sorry, ndakana kutombomhoresa vanhu. Mapanelists, comment section, say, nevateereri, vari kutarisa vese. Murudo. Tirambotaura nevakadzi. Because topic nanhasi yaninakidza ndeyevakadzi chete. Varume nhasi muri kungoteerera muchitipowo zvamunosanganawo nazvo. But vakadzi, especially in South Africa, hatauri mama-countries, vakadzi vari muSouth Africa muri kunyanya kuzvara. Kungodanana neboyfriend kwatoita mwana, kungoda omubvunza mukadzi wacho ko family planning zvonzi ndandinayo hamina chii chakaitika. Muri kunyepa. Family planning it hardly fails. Zvoreva kuti pamuri kunoiswa dhadhel nhasi maurova nyoro usiku. It doesn't work. Unobayiwa nhasi, you have to protect for the next 2 weeks. Zvino vanhu veSouth Africa ndazonakidzwa wangu naSipo ndamunzwa achitaura zvangu apa 2 minutes ananzwa idzi. Aiwa ndinakidza. Ndofunga ndiri kushaidi kwaSipo nhasi. Tiri kupopota kuti manyanya 23 wakutotenda murume hanzi kutenda murume nemusoro wemwana. Anyway, aita ake ane mwana, so we want to fix it now. Problem is, okay, it's not a problem, but this is what I see in most cases. Kana uri in an abusive relationship, help will not come urimo, because as long as you are in there, you are still comfortable. You have to make yourself uncomfortable in a situation. Meaning, kuti, tell yourself right now, kuti, I don't want this relationship anymore. You can do it. Kutanga mangwana makuseni Saturday. Don't even depend on the man. There's so much you can do without money. I can tell you, number one, and don't talk about washing and quit. Cooking at the don't take too many kids because you won't be able to handle. Murai ni makwe momo kuneva na odakona kubasa. Vanevana. Mumutaurirana kuti vasikana ini ndizvo ndide ndikumbonesa mwana ndokumbira kuti muunze vana vene tichengeterana. Kuchengeterana uko. You can also do kuti urikutsvaga hantu watsvaga basa wariwana munotsvaga mabasa emashift zvende kuma-restaurants. Mumwe ari kusara ukupa zvinoita ana baba nana mai kumadiaspora uko. Munochinjana mashift. Mumwe ari kuenda kuday shift osarawo nemwana wako. Iwe otsvagawo kana shift. Kana kuti uri kuya kubasa kumba manheru kana kuti ma-afternoon shift mosara mukuchinjana. You have to find 3 or 4 women in the same situation yauri. Mochaga 2 rooms. I don't know why vakadzi veSouth Africa, they always want to suffer achi-renta their own room ega. You are in problems. Find 2 or 3 women. It's okay. Muneva namise muri 3. Mogara in one room. Mo share one room. Because once gone akananzi room yanga to budget 1.2. Urugarde uriweka. And there's so many people with problems out there. Because like can I need to don't look for one share na vana because munonetana panya inyo is mwana kuchema. Go and have the same problem as you. Mukata muri 2 mo share one room. There's so much that you can do. Don't depend on a man. A man will do nothing but just abuse you. I don't go to no under 18 on this thing. I don't know parts comes in the I know yakadako mountains. That means good but akuya kana kuti havasigara vese anouya month-end chete papa ndatadza panzwisisa tomadewa
haagaripo anoya ndiye anobhadhara rent but haagaripo anoya month-end achibhadhara rent nechikafu.
You don't need this man. Don't at all. In 1 week, Maria Kukupa in a month, you can raise it in 1 week. You have to tell yourself. Your mind relaxes. But do you know it just happens when it's no it do there. So this man must go. You don't need such junk. Please. You don't need to open your legs for such crap. The moment Murume akakurezera your voice, his voice, akakuroa, just that one bama. Tell him, could you never ever do that? Don't you? Raise your voice, because Marume magwara of it. Raise your voice, say, don't ever do that to me. Mambo ma challenge that one day you will never, I promise you, you will never do anything to you. Because I never which cow. It has never been hit by a man. But you wanna because I know, but I know deep down I know but I'll never show it to them. I'm getting in front of them. Raise a voice in my life, my entire life. Even my own father. Ajiti, challenge them. Musaro whenever room. Daniel whenever room. Hapana mruma afara kuza. But then we put the higher work and you put Petrana never room and you put out men to men now. Because too much was the Kerala. Hey, that's what I tell you. Hey, Murbas and TTV. Hey, Chichi. Hey, I did change my papas. Why would I go social media? My papas. No. Once a man doesn't look after you, it means he doesn't love you. I can go you just because Pani Mana. If I will post marriage, show my single battery. Welcome to peanut battery in his house. Hauna kana mbotikapina wakundofunga wakumisira wakumba kwa mai vako pina South Africa. Restart your life right now. Chitsvaga basa rekuita to raise money to go back home. Oita restart your life. You'll be lucky to restart it in South Africa because Mahoma, unless they're going my paper. Cannot my paper, raise money a bus fare and go back home and start all over again. All she has to do is she dealt 10 years. Then we're going to take 15 years wife for a because no also Pisco, why you set up and down in Rumaripo. South Africa. Don't forget about South Africa, got 6 million. Vanama Scansani, women. That's my last point. That's only put down so strong. A man is never responsible by you. Varumanga nyoro. Garena ziva nyangu kasakana dewa nasi chai. Hapana pacha shanita condom. Andu ida nyoro. Hajiti. Saka iwewe mukadzi control that because we have the power. Kana personal condom no. Kana personal protection no. Kana wada hokuta nyoro singachika ho AIDS. Right. Chiyo na what ulipa family planning. Chirega kutanza iwa regati mboroa nyoro na asipa weekend. That's it right there. Toro wa shati weekend. Njanda ku clinic mshemanti. No nyepe. No batira. Just tell good dewa iwa tilipanzara tese dewa. Chimbomira. Nibo takanda clinic. Nibo shigazis. Dewa chaku kumpira chaku bina chaku bata chaku bina chaku. Iwewe mira paipa. Popa mango ipapo. That mango aifu iwi. Hasitaiva. Vakadzi because varuna izvezvi ndikati nyoro nadewa ndi weekend andakidzwaka ndakuzomudza 2 months later kuti dewa ndinenge handisiri right. What dewa chachida kana pa DDC panapa anenge kundiavoida because ndiwadi anopinza akava pastream panapa akaona koni yapinda loko unota mwanepi pautoreza mwana wega saka women let's be careful in such things tanyanya varume vanhu vazoona havachatyi chinhu zvemaintenance izvi hazvichatyisi kudhara nababa wedu pamwe dai vanzi vakazvara kunze uko vangu vasingati maintenance because waiziva kuti kubasa kwavo uko uninga kubasa kwavo unonyoresawo maintenance vaibhadharwa asi vosevenze kudhara akanga pasina basa razvo waiunza pachibheti chemwana mari zvayabuda kubasa izvo zvichamuwanepi kana dhewa wacho ndomboziva kuti kwaanoshanda kupi kwasi aitanga nyoro weekend hamunambozvifunga zvisizvo tangorovana dhewa handizivi kuti anoshandepi handizivi kuti anogarepi ano nothing iwawa mwana no anyway ndapedza thank you dhewa
Koni nyoro inonakira munhu wese
ndinobvuma ipapo dhewa ati nyoro inonaka
uzade kuti ana dhewa vanoda nyoro uzati varume vanoda nyoro vakadzi nyoro yacho vaneidawo futi nyoro yacho inonakira munhu wese
tinenge tichida patiziva kuti mangwana ndiwo chachema wega
exactly yeah exactly
kusvika zvanaka sunga mucharova ini nyoro patanga wagatsa iwe because murume
kungonwa morning after pill chii chinonetsa
dhewa pane patiazo okay tarova ini usiku hwese tanotenga mangwana makuseni mangwana makuseni chako futi takutovarengwa tambogeza
handiti 7 morning after pill hari 72 hours here
dhewa payeke pano unozati ukangorohwa iweke chete unodzingaidzwa kuvharwa meso so hamene chii chinomboitika unozopepuka after look at that ladies musasiye musarasika pfungwa kake kuti kungovharwa so kungobva chimbomira kuvharwa pepuka for that 1 week yeseyo wakanyekuvhura masoda kwatasa kuti dewada kuti asei ipapo you win handizochema mangwa kuti ndandi chimwana it's you know we have to think of these kids vari kuraiswa in ma single family homes zvinorwadza imagine vana vari kuchikoro uko kune maconsultation ari kuitwa mai vari kushift havazigona kuenda kunoona mwana it's so painful let's think of all those things kumasports uku I also you know I feel it because my kids they're also in the same situation I get it. My son, brilliant. I don't want my medals left, right, and center. But he only gets that congratulations from the mother because there's no father figure. But you know, what they might not say. I can imagine. You know what? I compare life and with mother and father. Vaigara variko kwese kumasports kuchichi like my father vaida masports kani vaida masports he was there every single journey yedu mai vaingoti tozvito zvakangotera takangoti mudhara wake chimoko unoti plus wake kaari kuenda uko but it's so important for these kids chimagina kuti wazvariswa zvako munhu atokubloka kare semazano kune masocial media unomwanepi watobhlokwa udhara paunongomudza kuti kwashata kuno unonzwa ndoudzira ini tisasikana ini handifi ndakarasa ikako kakapfungwa kako kekuoti ndopepuka kudai kare ndakapepuka kudai pamwe varinowa macauliflower because havasombotarisa kungoti munhu akutobvisa hembe maakusvicha offlight ucharohwa kane cauliflower Amen.
Going hold on. Anna Sonia, you people promote filthy. Condoms must be used. Sonia.
Hey.
Sonia.
Sure.
No, the matter of the fact is, we are not promoting, but the truth has to be said. Kupfeka condom vashoma vanopfeka. We are not trying to answer on but in all fairness, I think condomizing, people might preach, people might talk, we might say whatever they want to say, but at the end of the day, the decision, they want to watch intimacy. kuti are you using or are you not using, right? So as much as zvedu tingataura zvedu pamwe tikajoka zvedu, but otherwise pafe chaipo chaipo zvataura kuziva kuti maita hanyu 1 week muchingonzi morning after pill unonyepa pafe chaipo zvinonetsa.
Vangani vakaita nyoro kondomu riripo padresa vakatarisa vese because padresa kamusati matanga muri kuti aromance fire
koni
matotanga kutotesana ka shuwa kondomu iri muri kanganwa mese
koni rinorumwa kudai kondomu nzwa so pamuromo rakanzwa iwo ndotobata bhoti wegapfe rakanzwa kondomu murume imi ona Lisa ari kusekerera zvake.
Dr. Ross dai vangafana pamadokta vatiudze kuti makondomu ari kufamba here kumahospital haachafambi makondomu.
Lisa ari kungosekerera zvake. Lisa ari chadoti chi ari kungosekerera zvake.
Nguva taure Lisa angatsve taure.
Right, hold on. For those that are just joining us, welcome to the show. We're discussing real life matters. Let me just do a quick recap. Then list of what does it say? Right, abusive. Hello, elder in School of Thoughts. Please add my ID. I'm a 20-year-old. The name one and the baby dad is abusive. So the relationship has been on and off. 1 months, and I'm also finding it hard to get job. This makes it difficult to see naye. Ndinotya kuzoshaya chekudya and ndinepekugara because ndiye anotenga chikafu and rent. He uses this to his advantage. My family can't help me. They are also struggling and vakati ndizvionere. Zvamwari chaizvo handimudi because he is a serial cheater and abusive. Anotaura nemagirlfriends ake in my presence. He usually comes kupera kwemwedzi anenge akadhakwa demanding gwangu or else no help. Ndongobvuma, but I don't enjoy it. Sometimes I think of committing suicide. Napererwa, I'm really tired. I need your advice. How can I leave this monster? Please help. Lisa, what's up?
Debtewa.
Sibo,
how are you?
Lolo Baba. Sorry, Laura.
Okay, comment section.
Okay.
Unoza pane zvinhu zvandakaona mulife vanhu vanotya nhumbu kupfuura zvirwere.
Taurako
iko kuzopanana maideas ema-morning after pills vanopana nemaideas ekuti ukangokuti HIV positive nhasi HIV iri nani ukangonzi wane cornflower nhasi kana STD hawatsva gonorrhea syphilis
vanhu vanotya chii
unoona kuti chii kana ini ndikatosangana newedhe wewe tikange tabatana tauda kuita anobvunza unzi munhu anotanga kukubvunza kuti uri pafamily planning here because ari kutya kuti unoita nhumbu but haabvunze kuti what's your status. It's so funny, this world is so funny. Vanhu vanototya kuti hanzi unoita nhumbu iye musikana wacho unotozonzwa kuvhunza kuti uda kundita nyoro ko ndikaita nhumbu chete ndozvaanofunga izvozvo kuti ko ndikaita nhumbu ko ukarwara kuvhunza because I've seen kuti you are more concerned, vanhu vari more concerned nekuti ko ndikaita nhumbu ko ukarwara, which is more
do you want me to answer you? Nhumbu evidence yekuti takakwirana and I cannot erase the blood mwana wangu anditi kasika that means to say ndenge ndadai newe so you are always going to be in my life. Saka nhumbu inotyisa kuti chamwari kaita nhumbu chamwari kaubva 49 months uku atoneka mwana apa usanyimboiro zvako responsibility ndesikadini vanhu manje
kurwara hakuna basa you are fine with it, you can take care
No,
of yourself and
kurwara kune
everything.
basa, but ukanzwa ndakuti uri family planning here ukati ndiripo handiti ka at the back of my mind ndautofata hano utori safe kana utongobva manyoro haurwara hauna chirwere iwo saka utori bo uri kuona. Saka izvozvo zvinotokudza kuti usamuna kati ndewa hano nditori bo inini handiri pacontraception wega utoti hano saka machena kandapinda machena eclean saka munhu wangu atori bo plus tinoita blood test yemaziso kutarisana so wotarisa kuti haipiro kayeloboni kakutsvukira hapana kana pimboro uri kunzwa smile iyo mazino machenayo kuti munhu anorwara uyu iwo chitarisa kuti harasta mukwende uyo zveshuwa isikanomboerera uyo munonyepa hausanye blood test yemasoindikona kuti mazuva
One, but it's just a point that I just thought of putting across. Kuti vanhu vari kutya nhumbu vasingatye kurwara. But anyway, you know, sometimes isusu vakadzi tine problem. I support Sibo na Koni. Kune vakadzi out there vanofunga kuti kuitira munhu mwana is pinning him down. Vanduko vanotoplana panzapo kuti ukangokuitira mwana chete iwewe, you are in his life, like zvauri kutaura kuti hanzi I'll be in his life, you'll be in my life. But being in your life is in two different forms. Ndinogona kuita mwana newe dewe, and I'll be in your life, and knowing you'll be a very responsible father, so sure. Dewe ini ndikatouya kwauri ndichiti ndine nhumbu yako, I know you will not throw me out. Unotogara neni pasi. If it means kuti we are going to co-parent, we co-parent. Then pane mumwe munhu wokuti unoitira mwana and you suffer. And kana uda kuona kuti mulife unosafa, itira munhu mwana, munhu wausina kuplana naye. And kana uchida kuona kuti munhu murume will change, paunongonzi wazvara chete ndopaunoona kuti Dr. Maling havasi doctor. So you have to be very careful paunonge uchivhura makumbo. Bye. Nyaya yekuudzana munhu ari pakati pemakumbo ako uchiti nhaiko ndikaita nhumbu, uchivhura uchiramba uchivhura waidhi uchiti zvanzi ndochengeta. Munhu ari zvaari kuda, that's why ari kuudza kuti ndinochengeta, you know. But the real thing, the real person will be shown after wamuudza kuti ndaane nhumbu. Ndopaunonyatsoona munhu chaichaiyo kuti akamira sei. And vanhu they decide kuti kuignore ma-red flags avanenge vachiona. Most women, they think kuti they can change men, but you cannot change a person who doesn't want to change. You can only change a person anokuda. Munhu anokuda ndiye anokuchinjira. Dewa inini kana ndichikuda, I can decide to leave other things zvinoita kuti relationship yedu isafambe. But kana ndisingakude, and if I'm not willing, and if I'm not ready, I will not change for you. Saka vakadzi vakawanda tiri kurasika ipapo pakuti munoda kuitira vanhu vana stereki, hanzi ndokuti andiroore, ndo problem iripo. Ende kana mazopinda murelationship, musapinda muchinzwisa tsitsi, munoitiswa. Mukapinda murelationship muchinzwisa tsitsi. We have got women who have got tendencies dzekuti vanopinda murelationship zvese kumunhu. Kumba kwedu takazodai so, ufunge tinotambura, brother yangu nhasi azodzingo chikoro, and all those things. They will use it against you, and some men will use those things to take advantage of you. In this case, murume uyu anonyatsoziva life history yemusikana uyu. Anonyatsoziva kuti inini ndindakabata matomo eupenyu hwake. If I say jump, she says how high. We should move away from that, vakadzi. We're in the 20th century. Yekuti munhu mukadzi should be independent enough kuti shamwari, if you don't want nezvanguka, buda mulife mangu. zvishoma izvozvo zvaunazvo, it doesn't really mean kuti you have to have a lot kuti unzi you are independent. Being independent is someone who is able to pay her own rent, or even part of her own rent. She can take care of her life ari wega. Manje vanhu tinonyanyoda unzwisa tsitsi, tine vakadzi vanoda ku tie themselves around a man kuti murume ndiye atori life yake, you know. Pane vakadzi vari kushungurudzwa mboma, akanzi pfugama, akanzi ita so, akanzi ita so, anongoita because you are nothing in his life, you are meaningless in his life. Anokuitisa zvese zvaanoda newe, akada kuigira magirlfriends anongokuigira because anzwa kuti hauna kwaunoenda. Pane vanhu vakuru stereki vandakaona vamwe vakadzi vekuti anoda kushandisa the way yekuti ndiri nherera, handina vabereki. Nherera inogumira pa 20 years. Kana wato 20 and above usisiri nherera, wakufanirwa kuzvimirira mulife mako. Pane vanhu vari kushandiswa mulife nenyaya yekunzi haana vabereki, ende anoziva kuti akakudzinga hauna kwaunoenda. Ende mumwe munhu anyatsoziva kuti kumba kwenyu hakuna chiriko, ende ndikakudzinga hauna kwaunoenda. Ende unotoona vamwe vanhu vari so potential, vatori nepotential kuti unotonyatsoona munhu kuti munhu ikoyo ane potential, but anongoramba akanamatira panhu paanyatsoona manje iyeyi munhu iyeyi ari kubva unonyoro, unotozonzwa kuti ane mwana wechitu the same guy iyeyi ari kumitisa zvaari kumitisa izvozvo. Izvozvo kada kumubvunza kuti okay, you have realized that this is what this man is doing to you. Are you on any contraceptive? No, I'm not. Are you using any protection? Because this man, you don't know where he will be. Panenge asipo paanodzoka month and achibhadhara rent. Obviously, vanotorara vese. What are you doing about your health? Nothing. What are you doing about your welfare chaiyo? Hazive. What are you thinking about tomorrow? Mangwana acho saka uda kuita say, okay, fine. You are looking for help. If I am to give you 10,000 rands right now, what do you think of doing? Hatozivi. Chaari kufunga kuti ndechekuti ndikapa 10,000 rands ndobhadhara rent. So how can you be helped, madzimai? Hauna kana magoals mulife, uri kungorarama. Zvokuti unotozongoti ada ndo vanhu vanozopedzera vakutengesa mwiri wakuti unorara nemurume just because you just want Maria sugar. It's very wrong. It's very wrong. Tichikura isusu taiudzwa kunzi munhu dzidzira kudya zvinhu zveziya rako, you know. Haikona kungoita munhu kungoda kungoitwa my handouts all the time, my handouts all the time, my handouts all the time. You end up putting yourself in situations dzekuti people will take advantage of you. Even if ukaenda unoshanda kubasa chaiko, the boss will take advantage of you because anenge akatokuona kuti uri munhu akapusa, uri munhu asingazivi. So we have to wake up, women. We have to wake up and zvatorwa nakoni zveshuwa kuti varume vanotombodawo kutoti utomuudza kuti shamwari ini nditoriwo nefamily ndakatobvawo kuvanhu, utomukwidzirawo voice. Manje ukangoti shewe zvese shewe, ukanzi iwe uri mbwa iwo ungoti haye shewe ndiye baba vana vangu. And vamwe vane fiye iye yekuti hanzi ndaita mwana nemurume. I've seen a lot of situations whereby women they give an excuse yekuti hanzi handisi kuda kuita vana ne-different men. So you stay in an abusive relationship just because you are thinking kuti handisi kuda kunoita mwana nemumwe murume. Then you just stay usina kuroorwa, because you can't keep on being in a relationship yaunonyatsoona kuti you don't have peace. You don't 28 years ukatonyatsoomubvunza kuti what is happiness, hazive. In life you have to have your own definition of happiness. Kuti you need peace of mind in life. Unoda peace of mind, you need to have a clear mind yekuziva kuti mangwana ndomuka ndiri papi. Mwana iyeye ane 5 months, I don't want her to end up in the situation that I am in right now. How do I change this situation so that mwana wangu will not end up in this same situation? Manje tikanzwisa tsitsi uchiti ndiye anondipa chikafu. If I am in the same situation hangu handina kwekuenda, the little that he gives me I'll save and I'll go and find something else to do with that little one. Kana achindipa 500, I'll then cut my costs to meet ndotango packet sweets. You can buy a packet of sweets and sell and make money and start somewhere. Kutodzokera kuZimbabwe chaiko. What Siba was saying kuti hanzi kuenda kunopiwa help nemapurisa mapurisa ekusouth Africa. I had a relative who had the same situation yekuti aitorohwa, but mapurisa ekusouth Africa are as good as rubbish, because they won't even look at that. One, you're a foreigner, paper. They will just tell you, oh, okay, then abuda ungonopaswa futi. Saka some of these situations adziskushanda, some of these laws and rights haaskushanda. Unotongoenda mapurisa uchibva ipapo uri kutonorohwa futi modzoka hauzoita kuti urambe uchidzokera uchinongonoreport the same issue. I just want her kuti she has to stand up. She has to change her situation for her kid kuti asapinde musame situation yakadaro. There are people with worse situations, but they managed to maneuver and vakatoita life iri nani. Ngatiregei veduwe kubatirwa matomu nevanhu vatinoti varume ava. Vana amweni ava, whether uri married chaiyo zvekuti anoya kumba everyday, haikuna unyanyoda kutemba navo, because mangwana anongomuka akafunga kuti ndauda unogara mumba kwaJeni. Iwe hauna kana paunapo pekutangira. Paanozonge akunzi akumba kwaJeni ndopawakuda kupepuka kuti but pepe paindipa mari pepe I should have saved. Isusu tinoziva kuti vakadzi vakangwara ane kahomwe kake kemukati kanonzi kabweka kekuti unoisa mari imomo yaunochengeta yeemergency yekuti zvinhu zvikaoma, I will take from that money and I will use it to do something. This lady maybe kusatongoti maybe pamwana kudzidziswa wachikura kuti mulife life inofanirwa kungwarirwa, ikona kudependa stereki nevarume. Ndo vakadzi vanenge vachiti when I grow up I want to be married. They see kuti marriage as an achievement, kugara nemurume as an achievement. It's not really an achievement. Kuva munhu ane zvinhu zvake, mukadzi ane zvinhu zvake, even kana ukanongedzera one room apo zvinhu zvako. Munhu ane zvinhu zvake hazvireva kuti someone who is rich. It's someone who has got something in her name she can point at and say bhasikoro rangu iro rakapakwa apo. I'm done, deal.
Thank you so much. Right, Butterfly, how are you? Hello?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, we can hear you. What's up?
Okay, hello?
Yeah, good. What's up?
Okay, hi. This lady, are you free to say what town she's in South Africa? If she's in Durban or Johannesburg, she must go to the city center and find a Catholic or Anglican cathedral and wait at the gate until the priest comes. Unfortunately, because of crime, our churches are locked and they're closed, but they open at certain hours, so she must wait at the gate and she must speak to the priest. She will get help with work or whatever, something to take care of the baby. But having said that, I just wanted to speak to our African community to just say, if we can think about having the one-child policy for a while, it will make a huge difference. I've seen success of it in my family. My grandmother was an uneducated woman. She started off as a maid and she only had one child. That was my dad. And it went on from there. And I have to say that I also managed to, or I was blessed enough to have inherited money from Gogo, who had done really, really well after having moved to Zimbabwe, where there were better opportunities for her. But now looking back again, I can just tell you today, and I'm not being cocky or arrogant about it. We've now got a group of 15 children who are called the Butterfly Babies in the Philippines, where I spoke to a bunch of women who who were of a really low-level income lot, living in slums and so on, about having only one child. I personally made the same choice. I was sterilized after having my first child when my relationship failed, because I don't believe in having children with two different people, and I also don't believe in having children. Well, look, even if I'd stayed in that marriage, after having seen that I wasn't happy, there was no way I'd have another child, so I had myself sterilized to make sure that I wouldn't have a disaster. And going back to the story of the one-child thing, a lot of our Africans were kept oppressed. Excuse me to the Catholic community, I have to say this because it is true. The Catholic Church came into Africa, and even in Ireland, they did the same thing, oppressed people by helping grow their church, by keeping us in poverty, telling us that birth control is a no-no. About 20 years ago, I spoke to somebody, a woman in the family, who told me that because she was high-ranking and married to a high-ranking person, the priest came round to talk to her, and he told her to take birth control quietly. And this happened over 45 years ago. But at the same time, they were telling the Africans in Africa, no birth control. But people in high-ranking offices were told, just be quiet about it, take your birth control, and keep your life manageable. Why? Because also the church would get money from these high-ranking people. So we need to be careful about that. I since took that same method to the Philippines over 20 years ago, and today I have to say, of the group of the 15 to 20 women, all of them have had one child, and all of them have had children who've gone to school, who've gone to high school, and some have gone to college or university, those who could make it. And that did help get rid of poverty. And so to our Zimbabwean and South African women here, I say to them, please don't look at a man and just go broody. Another thing I've learned throughout my lifetime, in my 60s, men have such respect for a woman whose life has order. When your life has order, a man will respect you. And when we're talking about abuse, the moment a man raises his voice, well, in most cases, when he does respect you, he's not going to raise his voice. But I've always thought the moment he raises his voice, you've got to deal with him. But girls, please remember, men will only respect you when you have order in your life. And also, I'd also like to just say to all these women who keep talking about, oh, women need to be going out there to work. Yes, if your husband's not earning enough money, but also remember there's a huge community of men out there who don't want a woman to work. If he can afford to keep you at home, there is nothing wrong with that. I'm very old-fashioned or traditional when it comes to that. But yes, if we're looking at the person at grassroots level, then yes, maybe she's got to sell tomatoes or she's got to go out to work and all of that. But if your husband can afford to keep you at home, if he prefers that you don't work, then stay at home, don't work. Nothing wrong with that. And sometimes that's often a really recipe for success in a marriage, staying at home. I'm saying it because I haven't worked for almost over 35 years, and it worked for me. You know, there are men out there who do not want wives who go out to work, and it can work if he is being good. But yes, the main thing is that please let's get serious about birth control. I recently, or maybe not so recently, last year, introduced a move here where I asked different people from Islamic Aid to Jewish Aid to help put funds together or support doctors who will help women who need to be sterilized for free. And sadly, not many Zimbabweans have come forward. Some of them have actually said I'm quite mad, but That's what I've done, and I really, really believe in it. After 1 or 2 children, we should all be sterilized, I think. And I personally think anybody who's struck by poverty, who doesn't have much help, shouldn't have children. And if she does have 1 child, she should be sterilized. Anybody who's mentally ill, anybody who's sick, anybody who's got such problems shouldn't have children, or should only have 1 child, and they should be sterilized. But for those living in South Africa who are listening to me, there is help if you want to be sterilized. We've got a drive that's going, and you don't have to pay anything at all. There is money for that, or doctors who will do it for free. So anyway, somebody gets something from this. But this poor lady, please, she must go to a Catholic or Anglican, or even if she spots a convent where nuns live, she will get help. It might not be permanent, but she will get help. And she must seriously consider being sterilized or some more permanent method of birth control. It's very, very important. But please go to the Catholic community or Anglican, and she will get help. There's no need for her to be so desperate, because then they will speak to people in the community who can help her if they can't help her. Please, please, please. Thank you. Good night, Dewa. I'll see you on the other side.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Butterfly.
Before she goes,
And before you go, hold on. Butterfly, hold on. Did I ask you a question?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
That Lisa.
I want to understand. You said there are men out there who don't want their wives to work, right?
Yes.
So okay. So what kind of men are these, and which tingati chiko malevels aphi evarume?
Sorry, Lisa, I can't hear you. Can Dewa just repeat that question? Lisa, I can't hear you. Keep breaking up.
Hold on. Let me try. Hold on. Where am I? Hold on. Sound. Hold on. I'm trying to. Okay. Am I still there? Hold on.
I'm here.
Yeah, hold on. Lisa.
Yes, Dewa.
Right. Ask you, what do you saying?
Ndayichifunza ukuthi what kind of men and my levels aphi, like my levels aphi, in the sense yekuti I'm looking at I'm Lisa ndoba nanzi stay at home mom, and it does it mean I will not be doing anything? I'll be just taking care of the kids?
Butterfly, did you?
Okay, I got you, Lisa.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I got you, Lisa. First of all, Lisa, I just wanted to compliment you. You're looking so graceful. You always do. I looked at you today and I thought, wow, she's brought beauty to the DDC screen today. I have to say, you're very elegant and very graceful in your look. Lovely. Lisa, talking about levels. Hello, Lisa. Talking about levels, I just want to give you an example. If, for example, the man is a factory worker, or he's working at a garage fixing cars, let's say he's just a help at a garage, obviously that money won't be enough. But if, for example, the man is a teacher, okay, let's not talk about Zimbabwe because a teacher's salary is not enough. But let's say teachers in the 1980s, the wife, you see the problem comes in here, Lisa. I'll just give you an example again. I'm sorry, I'm not really great at talking. I believe if you can afford to rent a house, right, and he works as let's say he's a teacher, high school teacher, or he's a professor at a university, you can get by having only a couple of dresses or a few dresses. For example, there are women out there who go out to work so that they can drive Land Rovers. We do not need 2 cars per family. If you really are committed to raising your family and you can't afford to run 2 cars, but it will help the marriage and it will help the children that mommy stays at home, you stay at home. Days when you need the car, you wake up early, you drive your husband to work and you come back and do whatever it is you need to do. Days when you need the car, because we don't have a decent transport system. When I first moved to Zimbabwe in the 80s, there was a decent bus system. You didn't need 2 cars. So those are the sort of levels I'm talking about. It all depends on your choice of lifestyle according to your pocket. So if your pocket can give you a lifestyle where you can only run 1 car, then you run 1 car instead of going out to work. So you can have 2 cars and be unhappy in the marriage. Lisa, you know, it really does make a difference that you are home to take care of your children when they come home from school. It makes a difference that you are less stressed when your husband walks in from work. You see what I mean? But if the man is irresponsible, if the man is not earning enough, or if the man is abusive, then I can understand that you go out and work, and then perhaps you shouldn't be in that marriage if he's abusive. But if everything is going well, if he gives you the money, and also the other thing is, I don't know how most people do it within our community by right. Whether the wife works or not, especially if she's not working, she should take charge of the money. He goes to work, he hands the money over to her. She pays the bills, she gives him his allowance, and that's how it should go. I don't know how it goes elsewhere. You know what I mean? So that's my answer to that. If you can afford to stay at home, then you stay at home. And by the way, Lisa, there are lots of qualified ex-professional women, from doctors to so on, who've decided to stay at home because the marriage dictates that she stays at home and she looks after the children. And yes, some of us have done things the way our husbands wanted it to be. You know.
Okay. So what happens if the husband is no longer there?
Sorry?
If
Sorry.
the husband is no longer there.
What happens if the husband is what?
He's no longer there.
Okay. Now, we're talking about levels again, Lisa. We're talking about levels again. Yes, when he's a grass level person who never earned enough, and he never get away for a life insurance policy that would cover the insurance and covering your house if the house is not fully paid for, then you're in trouble. Yes, I understand that. So maybe I'm talking about people who don't have to worry about when the husband dies.
Butterfly.
Because for me, that's where the 2 or 3 dresses come into it. I'd rather have 2 or 3 dresses knowing that we're paying towards a good life insurance policy. Because I don't want to struggle when he died. Do you know what I mean? But if it's not possible, like I said to you, then yes, we've got to go out to work. If we have to worry about him dying and then we have a struggle, you know.
Not
Butterfly.
only dying,
I understand what.
not only dying, but
Divorced?
you know how it is with life. You end up tomorrow, you are divorced.
Yes.
Is it where I'm going to start to say, okay, I've put my certificates under the mattress. Now I have to pick them out, make a resume, and then look for work.
Yeah. You know what, Lisa? Divorce happens, and I get where you're coming from. I trained as a therapist. My skills are obviously rusty. I haven't used them for years, and in between, for example, let's say 10 years ago, I slipped and fell in my house, and broke my ankle and wrist. So I don't think that I could work as a therapist like I did before. I understand what you're saying. You see, the main thing is that let's educate our children. You get your education. Yes, you put your certificates under the mattress, and maybe you try and keep doing your resources so that if the divorce happens, then you can go out to work. Because you see, Lisa, you're going to work every day could actually cause the divorce. Do you see what I mean? I know there's no winning, and none of us have a guarantee, you know? There's no guarantee. Main thing is that you've got to have your qualification. Main thing is that you've got to be able to earn a living. But you're going out to work every day could actually cause a divorce. Just remember that.
Butterfly.
Butterfly,
Hello?
that's Connie.
Do you see what I mean, Lisa?
Butterfly, that's Connie asking you.
Hello?
That's Connie asking you.
Connie,
Can you hear
nice,
me?
Connie, be gentle with me, Connie.
Good,
You're frightened.
Yeah, she can hear you.
Yeah.
No, it's not a question, but I want to bring you back into reality right now. You are one of the 1% lucky people that grabbed that opportunity. You found a guy are responsible. The ones on the market, women and men, we are very irresponsible. Very. Suppose, with this what we're seeing in most cases, through divorce, through death, through injury, Murume. There's so many cases. Every day we meet these people. I think and then that's the end of it. The woman has to look for money for rent, and it's a struggle. This is the reality that is there now. I might get a guy with a good job, but the day he's gonna die, the money that's gonna come to me and my kids, maybe never enough for. It won't be enough to take them to school, rent, food, clothing.
Koni,
You know?
kutori nevamwe vanotouya. There will be others who will be coming from different women on that
Yes,
same money.
on that same salary. So now, you are talking of 30 years ago. My friends, you are very lucky to get a man like that. Very. These days, Muruma Kaguti, I don't want you to work. We are
Connie, Connie, I didn't have one during that time. There were two of them.
Yeah, but that was then. That was then. We're talking of 2023. It's now gold.
You know what?
Find a man that
Let me
is,
just stop you there, Connie. Let me just stop you there. First of all, Connie, I believe you should not give birth to children that you can never ever take care of on your own should the need arise. You see,
that's my
when we are giving birth, right?
Mm-hmm.
That's the first thing. And I want to tell you something else. I want to give you an example, not just children. When I was married, for example, my husband he always liked good cars. I'm a very simple person. I'm a very practical person. I always would say, you will not buy me a car that I cannot afford to maintain on my own should things go pear-shaped. Pear-shaped meaning it could drop dead tomorrow. It could be ages before I can get my hands on money. I should be able to service that car. I should be able to put fuel in that car. So I can't drive a Mercedes. You know what I mean? So the same with children. When I had a baby, I knew one thing. There is no way I'm having more than one child because I cannot afford to look after more than one baby on my own should the need arise. Now you're talking about all these men and saying, oh, I just got lucky. Oh no, Connie, I had to kiss quite a few frogs before landing the right husbands. I think that we must, and I really hope for that, we've got to be discerning with the men that we pick up. We've got to be discerning with the men that we pick up. You know what, Connie? No girl can ever say, I married a rubbish and I only found us later. Oh no, The signs are there way before you marry him, unless you married him within the very first few months when you met him. Do you see what I? So these irresponsible men, when a man goes out to work, okay, let's say you're both working. Then you'll talk about him being irresponsible. Why are you putting up with that? And another thing is, girls, these men are very vulnerable at the very start. The moment you see funny stories with money, tell him you're getting out of there. Even if you're freshly married, he's got to calm down. He's got to work with the system. So I really don't think that we can keep blaming these men. We are also to blame. Let's not keep rubbish. Let's not keep this rubbish. Let's not keep the rubbish.
Okay, but there's some situations where you cannot see. Just like on your husband's funeral, and then ko yavana 5, 6. Then what? And the law says those kids have to be looked after. Those are your
children or they're his children from outside, Connie. Where are those 5 kids coming from? Are they coming from outside or they're the ones you've given birth to?
Yeah, his kids.
From outside.
From outside. That I didn't know. 30-year relationship, Congo Yajvan.
That's why I'm saying,
Connie,
Connie, that's why I'm saying, why are we putting... Connie, that's why I'm saying, why are we putting up with that rubbish? If you found him with 5 children, with 5 children, I understand, and you to go in there.
Butterfly, I just wish you knew this type of men that are there now.
You think these babies are coming while you married to the man? These are the little surprise packets that come along.
Like you say, you've been married for 35 years and then your husband dies. And then you find these little babies coming, 2-year-olds, 27, on your husband's funeral. Those are the big. We won't know about all this, but now the law they have to be looked after.
Funny. Let's encourage them to also write wills. If the husband wrote a will, let's hope he's got a will. Let's encourage them to write wills and let's work with what's in the will. You see? And also the other thing is our Zimbabwean community. Let's stop normalizing affairs. Let's stop normalizing them having children outside. You know, I find it disgusting that we women. Hello?
Mm-hmm. Can hear you.
Hello? Yeah, let's stop normalizing our men buggering around and we say, well, what can I do? Oh, let me forgive him. Especially the Zimbabwean community. Stop normal affairs outside of the marriage. Do you see what a big noise these men make when a woman has an affair? But when a man has an affair, it's seen as normal. In this business of women putting up with men having children outside of the marriage and staying, well, they've only got themselves to blame. I think the moment he does that, kick him out, get rid of him, and get rid of him, chop. You know, let's normalizing affairs. Let's stop normalizing these men doing things. I heard the other day, I even heard.
How do I get rid of him, Butterfly, when he's the one who is paying rent?
I said, how do I get rid of him?
Because he's the one who is paying rent for me.
Kick him
That's
out.
The thing now. That's where you see that it needs powerful women who say, I'll stay at home and I won't go to work. Because, okay, let's say I'm a stay-home mom and he brings children or he goes and do whatever he does. I don't even have the power to
Power.
tell him,
Mhm.
go out of this house, because I know the moment he walks out of the house, he's walking out with my life.
Good question.
Lisa, I understand what you're saying, but maybe let's start off by saying, let's educate our daughters, get them fully qualified in something, get them skills, so that if they go into a marriage where they've got to stay at home, where they have to stay at home and be housewives like I did, then they do that. Because I guarantee you something, Lisa, there is no way that, okay, I stayed at home for over 30 years, 35 years. There's no way that my husband would have walked out and I would have been desperate. There's no way that I would allow him to walk all over me because, oh dear, Butterfly hasn't got a job, she's at home. I'm educated. I'm not very educated. I didn't even go to university. I haven't got a degree, but I could earn a living. And also, the other thing I'd like to say to women out there, a lot of their confidence is also gone because they look at themselves in the mirror and they say, where do I begin? Who's going to look at me? Please, girls, you get married, take care of yourself. Look after your body, look after your face, look after your hair. I'm not saying wear makeup. Take good care of you. And you know what else? The other thing is that man's going to walk through that door every day and see an amazing woman. He mustn't look at you and think, well, who's going to have that rag? He must look at you and see that same amazing girl that he picked up on day one. It really, really does help. Keep him shaking in his boots wherever he goes. You must just keep thinking, I wonder what Butterfly is doing. Keep yourself looking good. And so your self-esteem is keeping, but most of all, education is important. And let's accept this. There are men out there who do not want a working woman. There are men out there who don't want a working woman. Have a plan B. Maybe we should put it that way. But please, let's just accept it. There are men out there who don't want a working wife. If you can afford for you to stay at home, you stay at home, but have your plan B. And education is important. Education is important. Because you know what, Lisa, think about it. You've got your, your degree, your certificate and all of that. Are you telling me that on your wedding day, if your husband to be, a few minutes before he marries you, if he said to you, Lisa, those certificates have to go under the pillow, on that day, you're going to turn around and say, no, John, I'm not marrying you because you want my certificate under the pillow. No, you want to get married to him shortly. So
I would definitely.
Certificate story where it's not going to be an issue at the moment. Just be glad you've got education and your certificate. And if he proves himself that he can take care of you and the children, then you're okay. You are okay. You are okay. We just have to be discerning. Let's stop picking up these rubbish men that treat us badly. Let's stop picking up these rubbish men who are like to be with us for 5 years and decide to divorce us, or for 5 years and decide to pick up Butterfly down the road and just vanish. Let's hope that we get the best of the best. Let's just be discerning. Come on, girls. The signs are always there. You know when you meet the man, this is a rubbish. I happen to love him. I'm mad about him, but he is a rubbish. So you don't marry this one. Try and marry the best of the best. Try. It's not too difficult. Come on, girls. Let's be positive about it. It's not that difficult. And there are plenty of them out there.
Dewa.
Yes.
Hello.
Butterfly alpa ipafonere kana uti pa stream. Alpa fonere.
It is on phone.
Butterfly, next time come on the stream.
Hello?
You see?
Connie says next time come on the stream.
I don't even know how to do all that. I don't know about all these gadgets. You just press this and press that. Press that.
Yeah. Next time put a link inbox kwake. All he does is just press that, just to press that link. It will take her in here. That's it.
Okay, I'll send you the
Yeah,
link now. Then
because you know
Yeah,
what?
because
She you
I'm
know what,
planning to have
Dewa?
an
Okay,
exchange with you, but I
okay,
can't
okay,
because you can't do
I can't hear you. Hello?
Butterfly.
I said I'm burning. I'm burning to have an exchange with you, but I can't because you can hardly hear each other. I want that thing to flow, like, because there's so much I want to
Okay,
tell you, but I can't.
let me send a link now. Hold on. Then if you hold on. Okay, you cut
Yes,
off. Then I'm
Dewa,
sending you the
and
link.
also not only that, but I also want to understand, because I'm one of the people who has got this fear of just being at home.
Yes, that's what I'm saying. But
I've got this
that's
fear
my policy.
of just
Nobody can
being at
tell me to stay
home,
at home.
to say I'm just sitting at home, I'm doing nothing. What if something happens? You know how it is. You'll be like, what if something happens? What will I do
Okay.
if I
All right,
just
hold
stay
on.
home?
Hold on, guys. You've got a lot to say. Hold on. I've got Dr. Love there. Then I've got Lolo there. I've got Mkoma Kwangu there. Dr. Love, how are you?
Say.
Dr. Love.
Yeah, I'm
Dr. Love
Okay.
can't hear
Can
me.
you hear me?
Lolo, how are you?
Our daughter
Wagaroga nyarra putumani.
love. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Taurai. Dawa ina can't hear him.
Okay, I'll better get the India right thing.
Oh. Thanks, Lolo.
Lolo imbomira kakuenda shamwari
Thanks, darling.
tisinonzwa inzwi rako.
Hanzi Lolo chimbomira kwenda.
Kumbira Dr. Love
Lolo.
utaure, hatingaende
Yeah.
tisinonzwa zvauda
Yeah.
kutaura.
Exactly. Could you just go ahead, Lolo? Thank you.
No, I spoke already. I literally spoke at the beginning of the show already. Hence I'm like cutting off now. When she's ready to leave, she'll leave. I think majority of people who are in abusive relationships, you can give them all the advice they want. But when she's ready to leave this abusive relationship, she'll leave. And she'll come back on the platform asking the way forward. But my advice, it's not worth it. It's not worth it. I think if you've never been exposed to people who you've seen who have died or died of HIV and AIDS, who've been made crippled, bagadigwa acid, women who've gone through STIs because of abusive relationships, it's okay for you to stay there because you're comfortable in it. But when you're ready to leave, you leave. And like I said earlier on, I don't know how much money he's giving you, but I don't think it's worth your mental health. You've got a child to think about. That's not the only thing. You're not the only one who you have to think about. What's the way forward? Relationship. Is he married? Is he? Your story is so far-fetched that you didn't bring all the information. But when you're ready to leave this marriage, whatever situationship you're in, you eventually leave. You're 28. You've got a whole lifetime ahead of you. You can meet someone who will marry you, who will love you, who will respect you, who will take care of your kids, who will show you a different perspective about life. But when the time is right and when you are ready to leave, you leave the situation you're in. Those are my closing statements. Enjoy your evening and good morning from South Africa.
Thank you so much. I'm trying to get Butterfly. Let me see if thanks so much, Lolo. I think this Butterfly now. There's your Butterfly.
I actually made it.
Welcome.
Hello. Hi. Hello.
Welcome. Konua Farah.
There's the queen of the day.
Yeah, now we can hear it clearly.
So much better. So much better. Good to meet you all.
Right. Dr. Love, what do you say?
ndiri bo hangu kuno mirai ndingoti gaga because I've been in and out of kubasa.
Okay.
I've got a very bad computer and so let me just put it this way. The story is said in that the person that's actually involved, she's young and she feels trapped. She thinks herself she doesn't have any other options but to stay and be abused by this abuser. And the reasons why she gave her staying is that hana kufunda, hana basa, and she does not know what else to do. I understand it's a situation where it could be hard. You cannot find your way through a dark and very obese environment. It's so dark for her to even see and make out kuti dora ke riri kupi. The only thing that she needs to do in that situation is to find the switch. If you're in a room and it's dark and you know that there's a switch and there's a light and there's electricity out there, why not just switch the light on? And that light will actually open the door for you to ubude in that abusive relationship. The analogy is this. You're in a room which you voluntarily got into. It's dark. You should be aware of and also be present to the things that are happening. You know kuti murume wako anouya dzimwe nguva achitei achikuabuser, and you know when he does that. And when he does that, anouya achikupa chikafu, achikupa pekugara, and pane mari dzimwe dzanokupa. The light switch is when you realize kuti you change your mindset. I know that word mindset or the statement mindset is very utopian in its sense, in the sense that I put it. But it's in the most practical sense in Kudai. A mindset is to kufunga, kuchinja mafungiro ako. Kuti sezvo ndiri mudima iro rinoiri. I can do something. I can start kungo bata around the walls to look for that switch. Why I am saying kuti kubata manziro uchienda uchitsvaga pane switch is this. Literally, your husband or your boyfriend or whoever this man is in your life arikuya achikupa zvokudya, and you are surviving from month to month, and you've survived so far in that situation. Why not spend some time, a few minutes, a few hours of your week doing something such as tauro and a butterfly? And I bet you, Wakawanda, that you skill yourself up. You do something chaunoziva kuti unokwanisa kuita nemaoko ako kana kuti nepfungwa dzako, and you start sharpening it and sharpening it. It doesn't have to be done nasi and it's completed nasi. You've got so many months and so many more years that you can actually literally update yourself as you go along. Hazvisi zvekumhanyira, asi uri kufunga ramangwana rako. That mindset is just that switch kuti no, sezvo ndine ma-hours, ma-minutes andinawo, sometimes mwana akarara, kuti ndizvibatsirewo kuti I improve myself. Be it in the way I'm going to look, doing my gym exercises at home, kana kuti kungoitawo zvimwe zvaunobatsirwawo nazvo izvozvo, so you can look good and sharp, uchiverengawo, uchiitawo zvaunofarira kuita, and sharpening that as a skill. Success does not come overnight. And yes, sometimes it might look like hauskuita chunhu, but every day you are doing something towards that goal. And you are doing those things, you are looking kuma YouTubes or somewhere kuti izvi ndizvo zvazvinoitwa kana uchida attract my customers to you and things like that. Uchingozvidzidzisa zvinhu zvakadaro, uchibvunzawo vamwe vako vari padhuze newe, uchizivawo, uchinzwisisawo kuti what is the need around your area, kuti how do you provide that in service or my handwork, cheater. It won't come overnight. It won't come tomorrow. It won't even come probably in a year. But une mwana wako uri kugara uri mumba uchidyawo uchitei uchizvibatsira, looking good and working towards a skill yaunokwanisa kusharpena. By the end of it, as I said, success is actually where opportunity meets preparedness. And you'll have prepared yourself, and an opportunity comes. And that's when those two intersect. Might not be today, might not be next month, it might not be a year from now. But when you have been prepared and you have put your mind kuti ishande, which is jisumudza, and taking yourself out of this mental aptitude yokuti I am in an abusive relationship, I don't know where to go, I am useless, I am nothing, I cannot get out of this. When you are improving and making those daily acclamations, talking to people that you trust, asking for help and asking for accountability from those people that you trust, but just that accountability, just that kuti chimbonti fungaiwo mangwana monti fonerawo totaurawo, or let me do something chandinozwa inini kuti ndinokwanisa kuzoita sei kuzondibatsira mangwana. When you do that, I know I've said quite a lot, but in that lot, the one thing I need you to do is this: change your mindset. Chinja mafungiro ako, maonero ako. And I know it's the hardest thing to do, and it's never going to be easy. Not any one of us here can do it at a whim, at a switch. But kana ukatanga nasi kufunga kuti ramangwana rangu richanaka. How am I going to have that good day tomorrow? Prepare yourself today. Wogadzirira, woita zvaunofana kuitawo. Things that you might not even like to do, or that might be very hard to do, and then keep on doing that. Even if it hurts you, even if you don't see kuti zvirikubudirira zvacho ndezvipi. Because at the end of the day, it is not zvauchaona nhasi zvichiitika, but zvawakabva uchiita zvinenge zvichikubatsira to pull yourself and to build you to a person that when that time comes, when that opportunity, basically when that success comes into play and the opportunity comes your way, you are ready to take it, and you'll be ready to be the person that you always were. Ndipo pandiri kumirira ipapo, abusive relationships are always targeted at self-deprecating you, at making you feel self-esteem yako isipo, at making you kuvhiringidzwa nekuti pamwe haukodzere. Almost all of us do that. Almost all of us have faced those situations. But I can tell you, Kuti, the way a lot of people get out of them is not to dwell on those negative thoughts. That's how you change your mind. That's how you change the way you look at yourself. And that's how you change your mindset. And the next minute you look and talk positive about you, kwete pa negative feedback. When you try and do a positive thing, I am good. I am good enough. I am better than this. I am better than where I am. I can do this. When you start talking that about yourself and affirming yourself is when you will find out that it's easier for you to walk away from such abusive situations, and it will be easier. I'm not saying easier for you to take the first step out of that situation that you are in. And I hope although it might be utopian, it might not have any practical things to it, but I will suggest you do something. A small thing to look at yourself and say, I am worth it. ndisina fundo kana kuti chii maskills andinoziva kuti anobatsira pasi kunze uko, just say that I can do it as well, ndinokuzvikwanisa izvi, and you start somewhere. Anyway is the start to a great, better and more solid future. Tose takatanga somewhere, hatina kutanga patiripo panapa, and where we started might even be way down than where you are now. Wakakompererwa nemwana wako. If it's not for you, do it for your child, and make sure kuti you are building a better future for your child by you being better. If you are not gonna do that, just imagine mwana wako kuti achazokura achizoita zvauri kuita izvozvi, and then their children and their children and the generation next, and you want to break that generational curse, as I would call it, by starting with yourself. Ndapedza.
Thank you, Dr. Love. Koni, butterfly achipera kuchitaura ingomura butterfly. Lisa. I think butterfly is there.
Oh, do you have there also?
I'm here, Connie.
First time seeing her. Oh my God. La la la. Anyway.
Hi. Nice to meet you at last.
I wanted to bring you back to reality, to the type of men we have right now in this generation. They're not the type of men, they might have good jobs, but there's something happening. I don't know what it is, but it's something happening that they cannot, it's like, I don't know where we are failing, and they become so stubborn. You cannot tell them about a will. If you were to take 10 Zimbabwean men, we're talking about Zimbabweans only, 10 Zimbabwean men, none of them have wills out of those 10.
But Connie, the reality is that these men that you're talking about today have always been there. We've always had such men. We've always had the same ones, the same rubbish.
The ones from before.
The percentage has gone up.
Yeah, the ones from before. I'm talking about my father's generation. They will do everything with their women. Writing a will. Right now, if my husband was to die, I don't even know how much money he has in the bank. I don't know some of his assets. I don't know where his other shoes are. Who's a small house somewhere?
Connie, just yesterday I was just thinking. Connie, just yesterday I was just thinking that we should have a day somewhere where we can talk to our ladies. We are emasculating our male community ourselves, we the mothers. The way you speak to your husband and you're raising your son, you're actually emasculating your son. So I think that we've had a generation of men who were raised by women who emasculated them. A man needs to feel special. And when your son sees you talking down to your husband, it does emasculate your son. And he also feels useless. So he goes out there into the world as a useless man, and he becomes somebody's useless partner. So I think that we must stop emasculating our sons by stopping. We've got to stop talking down to our husbands in the company of our sons. We should never talk down to our husbands. What, Connie, what always worked for me in a marriage, what worked for me. Okay, you heard my story when I spoke on that one on, what was it? Is respect still in marriage? And I spoke about having a totally celibate marriage, which if you really look at it, not many women, and I must add, I actually prayed, not because I'm an amazing Christian or anything. I actually prayed before asking my husband if he would like to leave. I prayed and I hoped that he would not leave, but I was certain about one thing. I do not share a man in bed.
I was certain that I could never, ever, ever sleep with him at whatever the cost. And that meant that I was ready for a divorce. But he chose to stay. And I didn't move goalposts. It stayed that way until he died. But I'm just saying this to just highlight how we've got to stand firm in our decisions in marriages. And we've got to be friends with our husbands. The moment you find you cannot be friendly with your husband, you can't be friends with your husband. You know how we speak to our girlfriends or the woman next door? The way we scream and shout at our husbands and abuse them, the way we treat them when they misbehave and so on, or the way we allow our friendship to just go out the window is not the same way we treat our girlfriends. I've often thought, the day I cannot treat my partner the way I treat the woman next door or my friend, because Connie, you could be screaming and shouting at your husband, but you would never scream and shout at me as a friend. What would you do if you decided the friendship's not working? You'd walk away. You wouldn't scream and shout. So don't scream and shout at him. The moment you find you've got to start screaming and shouting, then it's time to call it quits. It's time to walk away. I can tell you one thing, and it's not self-praise. I remember that I raised my voice only once in those years because I was standing outside in the garden and he called me a liar and I lost it. Never, ever, ever did we ever have a showdown. And you know what, Connie? There are people who live like that, who've never had a showdown in 20 years or 30 years with their partner. No screaming and shouting, no raising voices. In all those years, only once did I raise my voice because I was in the garden and he upset me. And it can work.
Let me ask you a question.
Can't scream and shout at your husband, if you can't scream and shout at me, why are you screaming and shouting at your husband? When that need arises, it's time to say bye-bye, off you go. Yeah.
Okay, let me give you an example of myself, right? My voice is naturally loud, hoarse, strong, and any other word I can think of. What do you think my partner says about me, about my voice? Every day, there's always that one statement.
No, but he makes you like that. He makes you like that. No,
yes,
Connie, he makes you like that.
Exactly. So there's always this. But you know what? Masaza eaters would meet you like that and they want to change you. Nobody will my papa. Because if I were to meet I do not want a woman on this. You see? Because
but you know where you girls go wrong. You've just said it. Masaza eaters would not accept that. So why are you with them?
I'm not with any Saza eater because of that. I don't do Saza eaters. They want to condition you.
So who are you dating, Connie? You're dating Nigerians?
No. My best friend is Nigerian. A male friend. Saza eaters, they want to condition you. No, that's not me.
But then stay away from them, Connie.
Yeah, I don't even. I just work with them, but not when it comes to relationships. I don't do.
Connie, if they really want to be with you, they'll put up with that screaming and shouting. When you meet the Saza eater who really, really wants to be with you, they'll put up with your so-called crap.
No. Listen, a butterfly. When I was in my youth, yes. All the Saza eaters were putting up with it. Imagine if I was to meet a guy, now I'm 47. Who's going to tolerate this? No, they don't. Because of the age. Age is now against them tolerating such things.
You know what, Connie? I'm 60-something. Can I tell you something? I refuse to be treated badly by men. I refuse to believe because I'm in my 60s, I've got to put up with their crap. No. It doesn't work like that. The way I was treated in my 20s is the way I expect to be treated today. If you can't do that, then you must just go away. So in my 60s, I still expect to be treated.
Not our Zimbabwean men. Nah, they've got choices when it comes to the G40, G50. They've got good choices out there. They will not
They've got
tolerate a
good
woman that
choices
talks too
also.
much and always Gwangu akataura ati, no, he won't. Nyangwe ndikapuwa, buy one, get two free. He won't take.
Connie,
These are the
this
type
is
of
what a
men.
lot of women end up putting up with rubbish and accepting rubbish. You've just said it. Who told you that they've got choices better than us? Who told you that?
Men in their 40s and 50s, they've got choices. Okay, fine. Let me give you an example.
The moment you believe that, you start accepting lesser than you want.
No,
Stop
I'm not saying the
believing that.
girl. I'm not saying the woman is the one that's accepting. I'm saying the men have got good choices. Let me give you an example.
We've also got good choices. We've also got good choices. Why do you say they've got
No,
good
I'm talking about
choices?
men.
These are the good choices.
Gwangu. Right. Kuna Connie, kuna Sibo, kuna Lisa. Munochuzana.
Aiwa ndochuza Connie. Arekera unonzani uyu who is this? What is Sibo nani?
Sibo. Kuna Connie, kuna Sibo, kuna Lisa.
Ndochuza rekera Sibo.
Right. Mukandita ibadika pane vane 3 up. Munochuza 2 up.
Alisa.
You see? This is what I'm talking about, butterfly. These men, they know what they want. They cannot tolerate what they don't want. They don't want.
Lisa, I can talk with her and we can find a common ground. Not in Jororo. Never.
Exactly. You understand, butterfly? These are the men we have right now. They've got choices. They've got good choices to choose from.
But Connie, stop saying that. We've also got choices. Stop saying.
No, I'm not talking about women. I'm not talking about women. I'm not talking about women. I'm talking about men. What they have, right? If with me, I then go for whoever I can fit in with.
Connie, if I'm getting you right, are you trying to say that men can choose whoever they want, but women cannot do that?
No, I'm saying, I gave myself an example. When I was in my 20s, right? I was dating massage eaters. Okay, I'm talking about Zimbabwean men. Because then I was still as loud and as cheeky. But they were accepting it. And, I was loved. But right now, if in my 40s, if I meet a Santa eater, they will say, you see, that's the differences.
Connie. Even Pawai my 20s, they were looking for the Gwangu side of it, not the living with you part of it. Pakuri ungagara nguva yakadiko usingapakuri. Why say it na 4 or 5 kuona wewe usingapakuri.
No.
Connie, pane nyaya yataurwa naSonia yekuti hanzi why are you accepting vana vekunze coming into your marriage, handiti? And she said we should encourage our men to write a will.
Right.
Daugotanga naivo vari panapa ivava. Dewa tikati ngatinyorei will mangwana unoda here?
Inini ingapanda kadala tinini ndine will and I've got my funeral police and my funeral insurance and more than 3 million. And they Connie said, you mustn't say that because you know I was honest. I do have a will.
Right.
I've got my policies which is covering me almost 3 million pounds. If I don't commit suicide, whoever is in my life will benefit from that.
But did you go with the following question? Makazonyora will after Soyani.
No, okay. This is the thing, right? Will in this sense, you could see you evolve with time, right? Or you learn from other people's mistakes, right? Then you see kuti if Kanori more of a breadwinner, kana kuti you've got people around you, you've got children, they know not well. If I'm to die today, because of our culture, beliefs, and everything, right? My partner or my kids, they will not have much say because they'll be gone. So the best way to protect the interests of my children and the person I'm with, my partner, is to write a will. And people have to adhere to that. Saka, people move on in time, but there are some people who still believe they cannot write a will, because most Zimbabwean people, they do not talk about death. Yet, and it's said, especially in the UK, we've got so many people with good jobs, paying jobs, agents and everything. But when they die, those very same people manage to go fund. Angasina funeral police, angasina any insurance, angasina any cover, inayo. Then you ask yourself, okay, with all the monies that they used to make the agents, why couldn't they just say, okay, every week or every month, I'm paying £20 for my policy, I'm paying £20 for my insurance, or I've written a will. Why? But because I've valued about death. But myself, I'm covered. Lisa, did they answer you?
Yeah. Type ya tu kutaura yeah, wanema good jobs and no structure. Ndova ndikutira kuudza butterfly ndova zara pamarket. Vashoma they were saka ati 10 men, random 10 men up. None of them will have wills.
I think
that structured zvimezotoitika. It's not about kubasa chaikaita kuti pension yangu every month anongasiza pension yangu yapakati. Iyo ichikabvunza kuti murume kuti une pension ando apakati angoziva.
I think to answer you on that, I think when I speak to most men, I will say their defense, or I cannot say it's a defense list or whatever, but their belief is because most of the men who got divorced here in the UK by their wives, they walked out with nothing. Everything was taken by the women. Saka, I know that if I'm going to write a will, include this person, or if I'm going to do this with this person, at the end of the day, I cannot let Zakata Kandramba in walk out with my bin bags. Saka, one a lot of fear in investing or to commit or to do something with they are women they marry, because vakadzi vacho vari kuno ku UK, most of them very so self-centered to a point yekuti they don't.
But sorry, but how does the will come into it when you're divorcing? You're not dead yet, so
No.
Let's say you put my name down and now we're divorcing. Remember, you can only strike me out of your will as soon as you've made the will today. You can strike me out tomorrow. When you're divorcing, it's not part of the estate of the divorce. So make that will,
Yeah, so they are right. But the problem they would see Vajinji and it, like what Connie is saying, Avanama wills, because they don't believe they will die, and they don't believe in saying people back home they will scramble for their whatever the little that they have. Saka, they don't do wills. Most, like what Connie is saying.
Ndoda kubvunza Lisa. Naiwe Lisa, ndauyawo ndine vagwangwini. Ndiri kukuda zviya. Maybe inini iwewe ndiwe wendingati unowana mari yakawanda. Ndauya zveshuwa ndiri kufirira. Ndiri kukuda zvauri kuona iwe. Unoda here kundiisa pawili yako iwe? Ndibobvunzawo zvo. iwe Lisa dhoni yako kufunda uri kuona kuti vagwangu vari kundibereka tichienda kunogeza tichirova shawa vachikwesha mana unoda here kuisa vagwangu paunyika? Be honest, just be honest with yourself.
Wagwangu. Okay, tinenge takaroorana here.
Ndinakakuroora.
Kana takaroorana ndichinyatsokutrustaiwo zveshuwa tichinyatsowirirana. Yeah, I'll do that because you are my life partner. Kande ndichinyatsoona kuti zveshuwa I can. Why not?
Musapindura zvokuda kufadza vanhu, ndoda zviri pamwoyo penyu.
Handiri kutonyatsokuudzai zviri pamwoyo pangu chaipo chaipo because why would I not put you on my will? Handiti ndione ngori murume wangu, you are my partner, you are my life partner, ndiwochasara nevana kana ndichinge ndafa. Saka why would I not? Who else would I trust? Do you know kuti nhasi makuseni ndabvunzwa nemwana wangu kunzi masikati zvikanzi mama, let's say inini and daddy we are in trouble, who will you save first? And I said, obviously I will save daddy. Zvikanzi why daddy, not your daughter? Because a daughter can have another one, but a man, he is the love of my life. I can't have another one. You see? So kana muchinyatsowirirana muchidanana, I don't see any problem why I shouldn't put you on my will, because ndimi muchasara muri pavana vangu.
Because that idea handichazoiti ndazoikanda here padivorce club. There is this guy akasungwa 1982. Ndokuita 26 years ari mujeri. Achingosungwa, paakangopedza kusungwa ndokubva mukadzi andomudivorce. Then pakazouya proof yama-DNA test ndokubva vazoona kuti he was not even wanga asina mhosva. Saka government iko kwenye kustates uku, government ikati takukukombanzeta ne6 million. Do you know kuti mukadzi uya wakadivorsa wakauya achida half of the money yaangapo? Zvikaenda jaji unopenga iwe hauwani kana sendi. So you find kuti these days ukatarisa chako kuti uchawana munhu unoti ndikwaye kuvarume kwacho kana kuri kuvakadzi kwati vawese. Tiri kuona mamafutballers ari kushupika zvokushupika zviya izvo, asi vanhu vaitambura vachitsikwa makumbo vachiita mani problem. Mukadzi wangu Lisa ndochitrusta zvese kwauku, asi kana udzingwa sembwa imomo uchibudawo namabhegi, it's so embarrassing. Ndozvimwe zvinopa kuti vanhu vazoti ewo
mabasa ako ndanoita kuti
nemafutballers pari pamafootballers ka they deserve that, because
mabasa emunhu kunoda kudzingwa nemabhegi ka mabasa ako akudzingisa nemagarbage bags.
Inini I just want to say kuti these footballers makambonyatsozviona here kuti usually mablacks vakaita mari they go for vakadzi vechirungu. Makambozvitarisisa? And hatombotarise kuti background check yekuona kuti munhu uyu wandiri kudanana naye wandiri kupinda murelationship naye. I'm not against marrying another race, but mamwe mapindiro avanoita marelationship ndeeprestige ayaya ekuda kunzi ndakaroora model. And wakambona kuti vanhu ivava vane mari vadaurora mamodel, vadaurora chi wokuti kana akaenda nayo paruzhinji haamunyadzise. Anenge akatosiya musikana ane hunhu akanaka ari kokumba. Saka some of them they deserve it. Anenge akatoramba wokwasadza wanenge akaramba ovati let me go and marry ana Sharon D, and then at the end of the day anomuwipa bag rese because ndo basa rake of wiping your bag. Saka kana rapera anongosiyawo oendawo unotsvagawo vamwe. Tirongozviona one every day. Vanhu varongoroora maprominent people akabva pane uyo oenda pane uyu, obva pane uyu oenda pane uyu. Saka pamwe pacho these people ivava vanoitwa kudaro ka they deserve it, because anenge akasiya musikana wake chaichaiwo ende unotora uyu idyiwai mudzingwe stereke kana musisina mari because munenge masirwadzisa vana vamwana a down to earth girl out there akasikwa akanzi iwewe hauchaenderana nemari yangu ndakuda kutsvaga anoenderana nemari yangu
Lisa, ava vari kungokandigwa mabhilibheki pashe ko zvavakangoroora ivovo kwasati
chihure ndoshoita kuti tinyatsotaura chihure
tinohura toga here haikona kuita sokunonzi tochaya kunyora
handi munenda unohura nemachopi here kunze ukandihurira zveshuwa unobuda nemaplastic bag haipapa handitambisi muri mangu mumbu otherwise kana muri mako ndini chabuda asi handibudi nemabhegi netimaplastic nendakarongeka chabuda nezvinaakutenga
vakane vano vakadzi vanohura asi vachiti vakaramuka vanobuda almost 3/4 yetu vahura
handibudi nechako ozondinetsera chinhu chako ichocho ndinobuda netwangu twandakatenga twakanzi koni ndotwa ndichabuda natwo ndichasa kusheka souti imi haiwa soro
saka naikoni ndimobvunza mubvunzo wani saka paunotenga zvinhu panongonyanya ndezvangu zvindikazorambwa ndozvitakura izvi. Are you not buying these things together as husband and wife?
ndisongati munhu nemunhu ka ane zvinhu zvaanoattractwa nazvo. I've never met a man anoti ngatiitei chinhu ngatiitei musta ukangotenga chinhu chako amene just automatic kuti anoitokuchiremekedza kuti aiwa ichi ndichako you know. I've never met a man who kwanzi tatenga mota yakuswa mastyle turi tu. No. It's always.
Koni, what kind of men are you meeting?
Ndosaka wawalisa ndichiti kodikira kanzi ndiyo gasara ndingandorora mukucha
unosangana nevanhu vavo kupi wewe because the real men that I know that are outside there munhu wekutoti anototenga motikari kutoti iyi mota iyi ndeyadzimai iyi ndeyangu iyi handiti but yangu yacho it doesn't really mean kuti even on the paper but ndo yandinofamba nayo.
Okay.
Aungamboti munhu atenga TV munomba smart TV obva ati hanzi ndeyangu.
Aiwa. What I'm saying is kuri kunzi ndarambwa murume anotokuti enda nezve self start all over again. I've never met a man anorwira zvinhu. No, never. Unotonyatsotata ngoti hangu first marriage yangu ndakangoenda ndiri hembe dzangu because I wanted my peace. But anyway, I've never met a munhu anorwira zvinhu zvake kana zvazvoti watengerwa chinhu zonzi kwanzi takurambana zvoni ndipe chinhu changu. No, unonzi enda nacho, I bought it for you. Nyangwe chiri chake anoudza kuti unawo here magumbeze kuri kutonyora enda neyangu aya.
Ndine mubvunzo kuna vagwangu inini.
Gwangu raiti
vamuri kunzi vari kuisirwa hembe mumablack bin avava chii chinenge chaitika kuti
chinenge chaitika hamusi kuona here munoda kuti tidure namazite hamusi kuona varume vachichinjwa kunge mapendi emubhero muno
saka vanenge vachinjwa wozoonekwa kunzi iwo you are not worth
murume anongodzingirwa chihure chete.
wavozve ipapo ndopendura
unoenda nemabhega ako
yoapoterekomunanenge irikoti
but vesiwanai kumagwangu because chimboti for example ekakunzi munyatsodzika nayo mukaona munhu ari kuposta pasocial media achienda nemabhegi netumaekwacho tumaplastic makambozviona here ndiri kubvunza nadisati ndiize nyaya dzingirwa nemaplastic ake chihure
ndataura zvakanaka ndikati vangani vakadzi vanohura asi vachizobuda nezvinhu zvakatowanda even musina mwana chaiko
enda nezvinhu zvako
tsitsi dzenyu
handiti muri kutipa zvandiri pautaura wani kuti ndikadzingwa mumba murume anitienda nazvo zvese start all over but vakadzi hatidaro manje.
Saka chirega kuita sokuti imimi zvibereko zvenyu zvinozvara chete vakadzi vakanaka asi kuvarume zvichizvara wrong. Ipapo ndo petokonana ipapo.
But aiwa isi vakadzi ngoti type dzako mazuva ano hatitadi zvokudhererwa zvatawa nabutterfly kuti let's not allow these men to abuse us. That's what we are standing for that. Hatitadi. Unondohurira kuti kwanzi nasu wasvika kumanya 3 a.m. and you think I'm just going to say, it's going to say daddy. No. Uchasvika 1 door akakiwa 2 mangwana mabag ako are ready to be, to be taken away. Kana usingandokanda kubhinuko zvotiwana namadhodha
I'm so glad Connie mentioned the 3 o'clock of these people coming home.
Yes.
In the hours of the morning. If he goes out and he's working until 2, 3 o'clock in the morning, I understand. Why is he coming home at midnight or at 3 o'clock in the morning? Okay, if he's gone out on the town with the boys and then he'll be home by say midnight. I don't know. It never happened to me also. That's never happened to me. But this business of men coming home in the morning and then you hear someone saying, my husband came home in the morning. Where was he coming from? Why is he allowed back in your life? That's what I'm saying. The Zimbabwean community, we've got to stop this bad behavior. We've got to stop putting up with nonsense. He finishes work at 5. He should be home by 6 o'clock. You work out how the traffic goes. If he plays sport after work, then he finishes at 8 or whatever. If he goes out every Friday evening for a drink with the boys, that's okay. But a man coming home at 3 o'clock in the morning, where is he coming from? And why is he welcome back? It should never happen. Same as he suddenly comes home and he tells you his girlfriend Mildred is pregnant. That should never happen. That's when you should put an end to the marriage immediately. Immediately. There should be no tomorrow. It should come to an end.
Yeah,
nice. Women have got the fear.
Is that butterfly
women have got the
herself?
fear of being head kuti.
All right. Let me pause this.
Lisa imbofamba ne-Range Rover, and now the husband got someone pregnant, and now she's back home. She in Highfield. She was staying in Borodale. That's the only fear that people are. That's why you see that a man will end up exchanging women, impregnating the house girl, the sisters, the friends, but she'll still remain in the house because she wants that prestige of saying, Lisa is looking nice, she's staying in Borodale, she's driving a Range Rover, but she's not sleeping, she's crying every day.
Well, maybe we should let these men know we are prepared to move back to Highfield. If he knows you will give up that mansion because you're not going to put up with rubbish and you will go back to Highfield.
Sister Butterfly, I saw Vicky here one day. I don't know kana dewa achiri kuyeuka. Pandakati inini, to avoid this Tinashe Mugabe saga, the DNA should be compulsory. There was an article, hey, Aziti, Unewandipuma.
I was one of those. I didn't like it at all when you said that.
Why compulsory?
How many can varume vakagara vakachengeteswa vana vasiri vavo? Why? Kana pasina chakaipa. What's wrong with it?
Why would you? Zvakangofanana nekuti I would say to you, every time you come home late, we should go and be tested for an STD. Kana kuti lying, you should go for a lying detecting. Mune nchitondipuma ka kuti vagwangu mukanonoka kuuya basa anditi if you come home late and I should take you to a lie detector every time that you come home late.
Because the way you accuse men of doing this shuhure, it's like indinena dewa tirikita na chungocha.
Mkoma Kwangu, there are more
That's the
men
way you put
cheating
it.
than women. Mkoma Kwangu, there are more men cheating than women. There are more men cheating than women. The only difference is that when we do it, those of us who are foolish, and it's a pity, we fall pregnant, or we fall pregnant from boyfriend A, and then boyfriend B says, okay, I'll marry you, and he takes the baby. But then at the end of the day, Mkoma Kwangu, just imagine how many men have been looked after by children that are not theirs, when they didn't know, the children didn't know, and maybe the mother didn't even know this baby doesn't belong to her husband. How many men were looked after by those children? It's only when you find out that the child's not yours, but when you raise the baby as your own and they treat you as their dad, you seem to be quite happy. You seem to be quite happy.
And
Before
this
this
could
DNA testing came, you were all happy to raise these children, and they were happy to have you as their dad, you know?
But do you know impact yezvinoita kuvana ivavo pavachazoziva nemurume wachona paachazoziva kuti vana ivavo havasi vake? And
why are we even digging it up? Why are we even digging it up, Naim Mkoma Kwangu? Why can't we just leave lying dogs to just lie like that?
Exactly. If it doesn't come out, why
Why?
should it come out?
If something wants to come out, it will come out on its own, you know. Other than what he is doing right now, I guess he's following up on those people that he's doing this to. Because I don't see any. Why?
okay, 2 minutes. 2 minutes, I'm coming.
Actually talking about that Tinashe Mgabe show, you know what I don't like about it? I feel like certain members of the community are taken advantage of. Certain members, I find it humiliating. I think it's terrible. And I really think that the Zimbabwean community, again, are leaving things to fly below the radar for entertainment purposes. My heart breaks sometimes when I watch some of those women. My heart breaks. You know, let's try and change this world and stop this business of saying, well, this one is not educated and that one doesn't have money, and so we can treat them as the other. I really feel that that show is a tragedy, really. It's a tragedy. It's very, very sad. Very
Butterfly.
sad. Yeah, well.
I want to agree with you to a certain extent. But the problem is we need to change the government first. Because the constitution is there, but it's not being followed. Because as much as we want to be entertained by that program, you find just like last week, there's a 15-year-old. That is a 14-month-old baby. But because, you know, like, it's a free world. That guy should have been arrested, that's number one. Tinashe Mugabe wasn't even supposed to fly to that program. But now the government is not implementing what they're writing down. So we need to change the government first for everything else to change.
But did Tinashe Mugabe go to the police about that man who impregnated a 15-year-old? Did he did the program, he got whatever he got out of it.
I've actually written so many times to Tinashe about this. When you're doing your program, though sometimes it tries, but it's supposed to educate people. Because when you're doing his closing remarks at the end of the program, that's when you're supposed to educate people on what the Constitution says. You know, this is what I'm thinking. Because until it gives time for the guy to say whatever he wants, the woman to say whatever he wants. And then he's supposed to say, okay, this program, this is what I've picked up. My communities, I'm happy na sabu wangu, na chief wangu, chief Ntas. He's strict on it. Mukoma na wesana numbulisa munu underage is going to jail and he's not playing. The past 2 years, akusisina. If only he can be allowed to penetrate kuchipingo kundokwasara. Because, you know, we're hearing about 13-year-olds right now. If you read the paper like 2 days ago, My 12-year-olds. HIV, the statistics say HIV is disgusting. But because apana tinaro as well. So there's nothing that they can do. My ministers are so we need to change the government. I'm sorry, but DDC. Zanu must go. Taneta is my garage. Those who could come and sit
But okay, I'm not pro Zanu PF. We also need to accept and face that society on the whole is on a slippery slope, and each and every one of us have a responsibility in how we conduct ourselves, how we speak to each other in public. I'll give you an example. I think that it's so unbecoming when Tinashe Mugabe is going on about water. By the way, I only found out so much later what water is meaning.
water. Oh, okay.
That question that is asking people, is it absolutely necessary? Again, socially,
Yes.
I think that it's very unbecoming. It's very crass. And I really think that each and every one of us have a duty to contribute to a more refined society, a cultured society, and to respect our old African ways, which they shouldn't be old, they should be the ways of today. So let's not just run the government. Let's also stop the ranting and raving on TV shows or on social networks and things like that. Each and every one of us, if we can just learn to behave the way we should behave.
Butterfly.
Yeah.
Let me give you an
Yes.
example. Suppose I'm in Harare right now. I'm in Zimbabwe. And
Yes.
I have no job. I have 2 kids.
Yeah.
It's the situation. It could have these things. Nothing to do with morality or anything. The kids are being forced. What didn't happen?
Yeah.
Osaka na futhi yangwa. Promise my books, school fees. In exchange, what are they getting from these kids? That's why the thing is saying it is deeper than what you think. Put yourself in the situation with Zimbabwe. We are living luxury in diaspora.
Yeah.
But now always want to look at this, what the kids are going through. Munyikamedu.
Yeah.
Okay, suppose you can afford to boarding school and it. But kuna chaya ni Nike big. Kuna chaya ni chakat is different. Very much different levels for a child to understand, and in 9 years to understand what Ghana would deal in a situation from Kwandava. They don't understand all that. And I've got teenagers, it's pressure under pressure.
Yes, but what you were saying is that Tinashe is also asking inappropriate questions.
I don't think they're inappropriate, because they're in a way they're teaching us. But because he had to use that word water, because that program is flighted na 8 to Zimbabwe when kids are still watching TV. So they had to use the word isinga zikanu nevan. Just like if you watch my program with actually Tilda. There's a certain time they cut off with gym bedroom and stuff, because they're listening. So that they have to come up with these terms. And it's not Tinashe's fault, because that, like if you go to ZBC in a program, they give you a slot. I'll choose the wake out in the slot na 2 a.m. They give you a slot to do. So he is working according to my conditions. I think the questions are okay. For me, I don't have a problem. But educate people as well, because I'm surprised. They're in their 20s. When you're having sex, mama planet, they don't know if I have unprotected sex, they're gonna tell them. I want to see the say. It means it's starting also. It can't be the parents. It has to be the parents and the teachers. When I was in school, Form 2, we learned about the reproductive system. Meaning I checked this which called. Kana mwana kushika 18, 19, 20 years, I think I was vision. Meaning I see mom syllabus that That
No,
chapter.
it's there, Connie.
So
Now
what's happening?
nowadays it's even there in the younger ages. That's
Mm.
it's there. Sex education is there. Now it's being taught even in primary school.
But
They'll
why
be
are they saying
knowing
that
all
I think
these
I
things.
should
But you know the thing is the like what you said is the economy is very harsh right now.
Mm-hmm.
Things are not okay in Zim. I've been in Zim a week ago. Things are when you see a man walking on the road, you really see that this
Right.
person is not
Yeah.
in one place.
Mm-hmm.
This
Mm-hmm.
person is all over. He's thinking that I've come out of the house. When I go back, I need to go
What am I
back
gonna
with
bring back?
something. Yes.
True.
And then imagine if a grown-up man can't handle the situation at home. What about a 10-year-old, a 12 year
Mm-hmm.
old, a 13-year-old? And the thing is, people with money in Zim are taking advantage of people without
Yes.
money.
Yes.
And the thing is, in Zim, if you have money, you have money. If you don't, you don't have.
Mm-hmm.
And those with money will end up going to those without, especially now the 12-year-old girl for 13, 14. And then they flash money to say, I can give you $1. Not even $2, $3, $5. $1. I just want to sleep with you. If you want more money, I'll give you $5. I'll sleep with you without a condom. They will just do it because honestly, things are tough. They are really, really tough. And I think maybe things are at a stage whereby when a girl goes and he comes home with grocery, the parents will not even ask to say, where are you coming from with the groceries? But instead, they even vanokuomberera kuti thank you, you've brought groceries. You know, this is where things are right now, whereby us you remember Connie when you were growing up, if you come with even a jersey or a hat from school that is not yours, we will be asked, where did you get it? Take it back where you got it from. You'll be asked, where did you get that? Take it back. I don't want to see it. If a son brings whatever he brings, the parents will just say, well done. Because so that's where you now some people are even looking at them as long as they are bringing money at home, even if he's you just let him, you say, he decided to go and work, he goes there, he looks for money where you don't even look at it, that is the money clean or dirty, all you want is food on the table. This is the situation right now. That's why there are cases whereby we find such women who will tell you that I can say no to a man because he's putting food on the table for me. uh, Gone are the days where we have a generation which tells you that I'll fight for my life in a straight way, in a clean way. I'll go and be a house girl somewhere, save my money, and take myself to school. People now, there's a lot of competition, there's social media which is there. You go on Lisa's Instagram, you see her looking nice. You wonder, what is Lisa doing? You ask Lisa, Lisa tells you that I'm doing one, two, three, four things, but that's not what she's doing. We have got cases of people. When I went to SA the other time, there was a taxi driver who took me from the airport, and he was telling me that he met um, his auntie's child in the streets. Do you know? I agree. You know that in South Africa it's allowed to flash like naked, being naked and flashing, being paid money. a small girl who is building a double story in Zim. But what is she is doing in South Africa to get the money, the parents don't know. All they do is to receive meat, groceries, money to build the house. And he was saying, I have one client who has built a double story in Domboshava. And last time I took her to the bus because she had containers of meat, containers of groceries, taking them home. But what does she do? She's a street hawker. And the parents there, they say, well done, my child, our child. And this child will be compared to my child. I'll start to compare my child to this woman who I don't even know where she's getting her money, and she's building a house. And I'll be telling my child, you see this one, she's doing this and that, but you don't know where the money is coming from. This is the world we are living in, whereby you see someone looking nice, you want to look nice like them, but you don't know where their money is coming from. This is how bad things are.
Let me just say, Nguti, I have a lot of respect for what you ladies are saying. When it comes to abusive cards, because for a man to speak on behalf of a woman and try and give her advice, it's really going to be tough. And we are not in your shoes. We don't know how, what, and where some of the strength that you have to come up with comes from. And we might not even understand it fully. But tinongoita ma assumptions as men, when it comes to the effects of modern society, competition per se, social media, a lot of people see and think that that's real. And a lot of us actually take it to be real. Tiripa social media ipopanapanas. But there are some shows that will teach you kuti kana uchida kuti upfume unofanira kuita ichi neichi. Dzimwe nguva zvinenge zvichivaka. It will build up someone's courage or personality or character. But at times, most of the things that we see on social media, nema celebrity or my celebrities or Facebook celebrities, whatever they are called, it's kuvairirana kuti indi nacho ewe hauna and this and that. Back in my day, I know kuti we used it. It was clear as day. You don't go to work, hawujke. If you don't go from a 9 to 5, if you were seen in the streets in Zimbabwe, back in the 80s and 90s, early 90s, if you were seen in the streets, whether you are not in school or you are just kungo, you either be one of two things. Rova, kana mkomano webasa, kana mskano webasa. You never saw a lot of people outside of work during those times dzekubasa. Vanenge vari kufamba panze, vanenge vachitotsvaga mabasa. And this was the only way you would make a living. These days, power nemadhiri. Ekutoti vanhu vanoita madhiri kuti ugoita rimwe dhiri rekuti uwane dhiri rekuti uwane mari yedhiri rauri kuda kuita.
I don't know. Come on.
Amuswanu. Anenge adona nandisi kumunzwa.
Okay. Butterfly, what's next?
No, I'm just thinking, so what's going to happen to that young lady with the 5-month-old baby? I mean, she can't go cleaning people's houses. Where would she leave the baby? She has to actually leave the baby somewhere for about a year.
Butterfly, you are too comfortable. She can work with the child on her back.
In whose house? Connie, she is in South Africa. In whose
Yeah, but
house?
I'm sure there's some nice people that don't mind as long as you tell them your situation. I wouldn't mind if I know that
Yeah,
she's struggling.
depending where.
I would want her to come with
I
a child
can't
and to
imagine
spend
where
in
I
childcare.
live having them allowing a maid to come in with a baby here. I can't imagine them doing that.
No, but it's not a live-in job. It's just for her to clean my house and go for the day. I don't mind.
Maybe she'll be stuck in the township and not earn much. She certainly can't come here and work just for the day with the baby on her back. She wouldn't be allowed. I
Uh,
can't see it happening.
I don't know. I've never lived in South Africa, but I know I've lived in Swaziland. It was very possible.
Yeah,
Yep,
it's
That was when.
possible.
situation.
I used to
That
have
was when, Connie.
stay out.
Huh?
Yeah.
No, I mean
That was
culture
when, that was when.
culture, just generally culture emaswazika, they're like vanhu vanotambudzika naturally. Saka vakangodzwa problem yemunhu ka, I think maybe that's where I adopted it from. Hekuti I never used to look at a person's background. Nyange kuona munhu achipfuura parodi achikumbira chikafu. Ukangomupuka basa kuti uya uite chakati mumba mangu, and then you feel aine mwana wake iva mwana ungati ne 2 or 3 kids. Kwangowapuka zvitii various buffet kuku. It's just something. But my Swazis are very good
Actually,
people.
Connie is
They've
right
got a
about the
heart.
Swatis. She's right about Swaziland, actually, because I found Swaziland and Philippines were class distinction free.
Yes.
I found in Swaziland and in Philippines, the higher end, lower end, everybody just, it's a
Hmm.
medley, they mix and it's no problem and it's wonderful. It's absolutely wonderful. I found in the Philippines, you living in a multimillionaire's house as a guest, and the neighbors who are much poorer because they sort of mix up with those houses. The poor don't resent the rich for being rich. It's beautiful. Everybody mixes. You all go into the same restaurant, walking through the same door, and I found Swaziland to be the same. So Connie is right. Swaziland, yes. Definitely, you are right.
Everywhere, even in
But
Zim,
where I
even
live
here
right
in
now,
Botswana.
there's no way you would have a maid being allowed to come in here with a baby on her back. There's no way. I can't see it happening. Can't see it happening. Although they would help her, but certainly not. No, they wouldn't have it. They wouldn't have. And in fact, I remember when I came to rent this flat, they only realized probably when they saw me and they saw the dreadlocks and this black skin walking in there. I don't think that they realized I was black when I came in, although the agent did because he came to my home and so on. But I think he chose not to tell them. But then they were okay when they found out that when I said to them, I'm from Zimbabwe. The strange thing, I also noticed this quite a lot. In Zimbabwe, the white community were comfortable with blacks from elsewhere. And in South Africa, it's the same. So when I'm in South Africa, I say I'm from Zimbabwe. So it opens doors for me everywhere. If you are black and you're South African, and in South Africa, the treatment is totally different. But if you say you're from the Congo or you're from Zimbabwe, the white community is very welcoming. And the Zimbabwean white community are the same. They don't want their own, they want people from outside. It's very strange, very strange, So now we in 2023, we had our second black resident in our complex. Was it late last year or early this year? We in 2023. The second black resident only moved in recently. See?
Anyway, so this girl, but there's I
Koni
don't know.
zvautotaura zvekubereka mwana kumusana ka
Zvinoita.
zvinotoita izvozvo. It's very possible. I used to,
Tsvaka mawasheni. There's a lot you
yeah,
can do.
it's very possible. I used to have a helper, actually two helpers, who were coming with their children. Not even one, two.
Mm.
They will just come. They play with your kids. Here
Yeah.
she'll be doing cleaning the house. Then after that, she goes. Because you would see that things are tough for this person. If you let her go without anything, it doesn't help. You rather give her um, a piece job for them to do, and then you give them something, because you wouldn't be able to give them something every day. At least if you give them something, a piece job, so she can even do laundry. You can take laundry from somewhere and you come and wash and iron at your own house, and then
Mm-hmm.
yeah, call out.
Depending where she's living, for her to collect it and go and wash. We've got water
Yes.
problems in South Africa. Some areas, only get water certain times of the day and maybe not. But the other thing I was going to say is she must also be careful. I don't know who this girl is. There's a huge demand for babies here. So she
Mm-hmm.
might also be offered money for some person to adopt or take the child. So she needs to be careful. She needs to be, um, it's also a bit concerning, and it's quite nice to keep an eye whenever possible of non-black couples who feel it's fashionable to adopt our black children. That's also another concern. Again, a problem here. Not that they're all bad, but we have a lot of that as well. And you never know where those children end up, and then it's just sad. But yeah, she needs to be very careful about that, especially when she speaks to these people in churches, because she could lose her child thinking it's temporary, but then it's permanent, you know.
And I think some people you have who end up doing baby dumping, just dumping the kids,
Mm-hmm.
and then she goes, or even
Yeah,
killing a child,
we,
so
you
that
know,
Yeah.
or
in our
abusing the
area,
child.
we make sure we protect our babies. We have a system here where they can drop off their babies. It looks like a microwave at a gate, and it beeps and the lights flash at night as soon as a baby is placed in there. So there's a safety deposit for babies, which is really, really good. But, I don't know, the person in the township would have to find their way to a place with that sort of thing. But that system is working beautifully, beautifully, where these babies are left in this box. It's safe, it's warm, and the alarm goes off as soon as a baby is dropped in there, to try and cut out that dumping on the streets of babies. It's very
The,
sad.
a couple of days I heard that in South Africa there's some center, I think it's called Hope Center. I don't know, I don't remember the name,
Yes,
where it's
yes,
like a boarding for kids where you can
yes,
surrender your child, go
yes,
fix yourself, and then you come
yes,
back and take your child. Whenever,
yes,
even after a year or something, then they give it back. I don't remember the
yes,
name. I think I was going to write it down, but
yes,
I was busy and I
yes.
forgot.
It
But
is
I know I
Hope.
ran across this
It
mail
is.
in the comment section. Somebody
Yeah.
was talking about it. I think it was somebody, I
Yeah.
remember ever did this shit.
It's a
Uh,
well-supported charity, that Hope.
yeah. So it's the
Really,
body
really
for
good.
kids.
But I have to say, for foreign communities, they must be very, very careful, because you could go back and never find your child again, and you
Mm-hmm.
don't have a
Mm-hmm.
leg to stand on.
True.
The
True.
South African children are protected, but
Yeah.
foreign babies are the ones that are sold or given away first
Right. And
to
because you don't have
people
papers
for
as well,
adoption.
probably birth certificates. How do you
Yes, and
identify?
the moment they work out that you can never afford a lawyer, you're a foreigner,
H.
you don't have
H.
much money, you're more likely to never get your baby back. But having said that, I did find that most Zimbabwean women, and it's not just Zimbabwean, but predominantly Zimbabwean women never ever go back once they've left their children.
That's
They
scary.
never ever go back. They never ever go back. I was on the board of the Jewish something something, and yeah, the statistics were there. Mostly Zimbabwean women would never ever go back, and that's why we came up with this thing where we're encouraging sterilization, where they don't have to pay. And once again, it was the Zimbabwean women who said, that butterfly woman can't be a Zimbabwean. She's absolutely bonkers, imagining and believing that we can just be sterilized just like that. And yet it would actually help them. It costs thousands of rands to sterilize, and they would have it for nothing, you know. But yeah, that's that hope charity, that hope. It is mostly Zimbabweans who never return to take their kids back. Mostly Zimbabweans never come back. And so they now know those are the babies to give away or sell.
Sad. Anyway, let me say my 2 cents and drop and just call it a night. I would suggest that she studies her surroundings. Oh, I'm thinking as a, I'm busy. I'm always business minded. Look around you. Check on later. Laundry, maybe 1 or 2 days, just to raise enough to start something new. And that's strawberry. Oh, the bucket, it's 1 little 5-liter bucket. What a repackage and sell door to door. Canary my apple. Canary, fruits usually they're per stand, per market. But try and do door to door. Don't do my onion. My onion, I can't do. Eat my fruits. My plum. Just look around. My farm could do the so what that you can start and just start big.
But Connie, we also need something concrete. You're talking about her doing this, that, and the other thing. We don't really know what state is she in. What is she capable of doing?
But it's temporary, like I said from the beginning.
But has
she has to raise money.
Don't even know, is she healthy? Is she mentally disturbed? Is she
Well,
what are her capabilities?
I will assume she can do it. If she can write a letter to DDC, I'm sure she can do it. I'm sure. But this is just to raise money to go back home and start afresh. It's hard to start afresh with a baby in South Africa.
To Zimbabwe. Is she happy to go back to Zimbabwe?
She has to. There's the same thing. Just like kubatirira marriage, that's not working. Tell yourself, I have to. And the tendency especially South Africa. Ukamuti nopa mari yebhazi yekutoenda kumusha, anoti hakuna munhu kumusha. Vanenge vachinyepa. They want to stay in South Africa. Munyaiko mu South Africa imo muri kurwadza to raise a child. Kuzonyora kudzidzisa means kuti she's exhausted in thinking.
Is Dewa going to speak to her and ask her if she wants to go home?
I'll find out.
She would have, you know what? She probably would have included Mtsambamake with I really want to go back. Because I've seen that South Africa don't know paying. South Africa it's not.
We can sort out the bus and she can go home. Because I think that something concrete must come out of this whole thing.
Yeah.
She's got a 4-month-old baby. We can't
it's too young.
Live on hope and something concrete's got to come from this evening. This
supposed to be nursing a child. I can't relax her. Imagine it's more and go mazar. She give it. I can't go sharisa. That's what we do. 30 days. Now the choice. Now got my pamper. Can I phone my pamper and to what don't you say? Butterfly, they were really come. Yes, men. And the pumpkin then. Because as the shadow is that Mana Hanaka Chokbata. I was watching this program. This girl and I interview per court. Imagine Same thing. I think I got my 4 months money. The father bought 2 liters. Yemazoe. My biscuits. Nichi chakata. Ne 500 rands. I don't know how much 500 is worth to South Africa, but those Jakayos hands in the 4 months I'm to biscuit. 4 months I'm going to go. I don't know my soul. Oh, woman, no, no, chinya, woman. Huh? What you want to then go Panka 1,000 job? No, pay. Upon it's a good job. My mind is an engineer. I'm not what so that's it. You remember what you put a men to men now to pay the rent. How make them straight? Unayo marry, but I'll fix someone now. You're not fixing the woman, you're fixing the child because I'm gonna one vlog.
But the girls must stop breeding. The girls must just stop breeding. Do not make a baby that you cannot take care of on your own without a man. No.
What garana in my mind? Apa kuzimbabwe kune mukadzi. I understand that no, too much. Pakarorwa 1970 nema 80s. Izvo zvina zviri kumazuva nezvi. Tangosanganawo makorokoza tese vakadzi varume tangofanana. Ndapa kutenda. Anyway, thank you dear one. Nhasi matombogara unesi. Thank you so much.
Good night. Good night. Nice meeting you all.
In English, what did you have?
Huh?
Muchukura utichi?
Kutichi?
Thank you, Munda Garnemi, and so Garnemi. Listen,
7 o'clock.
Listen, Arawena.
Taichova nemushkana 1 a.m. Iko tuli mazwano 7 12 midnight iko kwanditika. It is ingwe.
Okay, let me say this. Right.
We are not 7 o'clock.
Hold on. Let me say this, right? You guys, if you think this young lady will relocate to Zimbabwe and Azibudi, trust me on this one.
Why?
Because if she wanted to go to, she would have said, guys, I want to go to Zimbabwe.
Exactly.
I'm telling you this. Because you moved me from where I was comfortable, so you become your responsibility. That's my knowledge. This is the way I've seen. And this, I've been dealing with this kind of people for years. Nature in impact. Trust me, if someone doesn't offer themselves, they want help to relocate. Do not make that initiative. Project as much as you guys are concerned, you want to help, we want to do this. She didn't say she wanted to go to South Africa. She didn't want to go to Zim. No. If she wanted, she would have said so. Saka, I understand butterfly. I understand where you're coming from. I understand what you're thinking.
So what are you saying, Dewa? So you are saying she wrote the story just to notify us that this is what she's going through. I think she wants a solution.
Yes.
She wants us to help her.
But Dewa.
No. Listen. Solution. And solution. She knows exactly what needs to be done. South Africa doesn't help people nowadays. They couldn't a lot of homeless street fathers and mothers in South Africa, as I'm talking to you right now. And like what you've said, networking and it. The only ideas there's a lot that you can do. I talk about and in a capital, right?
Yeah.
I want to start a project. I got so 300, 400 runs. give it to me. This is zvekuti ndoda zvakadaro futi zvokuti munhu anoda to blackmail people by saying I want to commit suicide, I want to kill myself. To be honest, it doesn't sit well with me these days if someone comes to me trying to blackmail me by saying I don't help you because and come ask for help. Do not try to blackmail me by throwing a line I want to kill myself. Who cares? I don't care. I live on. My life goes on. Just say what you want. If you need help, I'm running short of this amount of money. Please, guys, can you assist? Mukamubvisa pane mume, the next thing anozokaiswa nomufuti.
Dewa.
Yes.
You know, there's a topic, maybe yakambotaurwa, but I missed it. Adoption, teaching incorporate our culture in it.
Okay.
Adoption echirungu kai. Tichiso the pros and cons pachivanhu. Tiyazonzwisa because tinoda zvekucheketerana zvekuadoptera but tinotya because of the fear takanzwa unzi kwanzi culture haidini mitupo chini ndobva ndatya because dai kwakundiri South Africa kuti ndimuti uya ugare nemwana wako uchina noshanda uchisiya mwana wako uyazomutora, I'm sure the people that can do that, but vanotya nenyaya iyoyi dzechivanhu idzi.
Okay, we'll do that.
Unobva waibatanidza neabortion iwe.
Okay. Saka nyora topic ndinbox rate zvongoita.
Okay.
Adoption and abortion inofanira kutobatana because zvimwe chete. Ukasaita abortion uchazoadoptisa here kana kuti uchadii.
And chakanaka kuti tiwane mapanelists anyasotidzidzisawo because I really want to know. I really am in the blank. I want to know nezveadoption yechirungu but kuzoti pachivanhu apa panozondityisa manje.
Okay, we'll do that.
I think, Connie, all those adopting, it helps for you to know the makeup of the child, where the child came from, the weaknesses, problems, and so on. Because if you don't, you really do stick to the problem.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. Adoption in the Western culture, I understand because you have to look at even my medical records and everything. I'm just picking somebody and going from the street. Havana even a birth certificate. How do I help such a person?
In my family, we adopted a little girl. We adopted a baby in my family, meaning my father did, and my stepmother, and kept it a secret. So many years later, the child now living in England with mom passed away. She was living over there. She was back there. And one day, my little sister, she must have been about 21, 22, I think, slipped and fell and passed away. And she died in April and her body was found in August in the UK. Because we thought she'd gone away to Spain for her birthday and she would contact somebody when she came back. But we always knew she always will make contact when she's run out of money, and pay back my other sister at the end of the month, but she never did. So people just left her. Now, when the body was found, the police now wanted to do this, what do you call it, DNA testing? And it was then that I had to tell them that they couldn't test using me because she didn't belong to us. You see, my father hid it from the family, that the baby was his. You see?
That's where the problem comes in.
Our African people would ask, why is he adopting a child outside?
Yep.
There must be a poor relative who's got 5 children or 7 children or 10 children. Why is he adopting a child from outside? So they kept it a secret with my stepmom. But look, the secret came out when she died, when we had to do this DNA testing, because the police in the UK wouldn't have her buried until there was proof that it was indeed her that was lying dead in that flat. You see? So it's a problem within our African community. It's a problem.
Yeah,
Some families, you can't tell them you adopted a baby. You just can't.
Yeah.
You have to keep it a secret.
because munotaurisa vanhu koni unenge wafamba uchiti Lisa mukona mwana iyeyoyo hasi wake even akaita musikanzwa zvinenge zvakunzwa kuti ndiyo nyaya iyoyo yekuti hanzi akatora rudzi rusiri rwake you know but it's not zvikaitwa nevamwe vanhu ka they keep it a secret even if they know the child. They won't even tell the child until a certain age where you tell your child to say no, I'm not your real mother, what but in our Zim culture anotoudzwa ari mucheche achisvusvudzirwa achinzi do you know that hausi wepanapa iwo
kungoenda kuholiday kwagogo secret yese yabuda.
With abortion, they should let people abort than bring babies into the world to make them suffer. You know, they should make abortion okay. You know,
but now I think abortion is a big topic, guys. Don't you think we should separate them? Because abortion, it's a Christians versus people that are pro-abortion. Together there's a debate. I think because I don't know. I think because you can see abortion is like there's nothing. And those ones go on ukapinda program in Zimbabwe understand abortion. Hey, midzimu. About 6, 7. It's like that's what I'm saying. The topic I can't now how do we accept and
those Christians who don't see them saving the world, those Christians should keep quiet when it comes to abortion because you don't see them doing much. All they do is hallelujah, amen. They in church every Sunday.
They encourage people to have kids, but we're not as now. It's sad.
What are they doing for society? You know what I mean?
Instead of teaching our girls to abort, teach them to abstain. Or use a condom.
Vachiri kugozva vataura Lisa kuti vana vakuvarirwa pizza. Mwari arikuvarirwa bhilo chaiyo bhilo ma-HB aya ekuchikoro aya. It's I don't know because
do you know that abortion is painful?
But that's why they go for months for counseling before and after.
Mentally and physically, it's
but Lisa, it's more painful to bring a child into the world when you don't know what you're going to feed them with. You can't take them to hospital when they're sick and you're off.
You'd rather
go through that pain.
You rather have a child and make and take her or him for adoption, other than ask the people who have
adoption.
I don't know if abortion is the same pain. If abortion is the same pain as miscarriage, then people are brave.
I don't think so. No.
Mama dizota topic acha namada kuti mute topic acha tozidiscuss.
And this was okay.
Thank you.
Good night, guys.
Good night, everyone. Love you all.
Butterfly. See you next time.
Nice to meet you all.
Good night, Lisa. Good night. I'm going
we remain committed to helping our customers stay mobile.
Inomatika paguta, para mukuta, uyakuna, Ddc, fona kuna, Ddc, tenema fiwa seva, 4x4, family car, tenema fiwa seva, 4x4, family car, unotipata apa.
+447961803546 or +263773791 and last one +263771257 your big up daddy T.
Ddc Skool of Thoughts, yeah. Kubatsirana, techisisana, techiyambusana, fila, kuonesana, techisimudzirana, ya. Panondo vatosangana, techibatsirana, panondo vatokumana, techisisana, Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Dautete wachimonyo pila icho kwadi upenyu uyu unoda kupanana miwono, yeah. Kubatsirana, techitsitsana, techiyambutsana, pila kuonesana, kusimudzirana, nekukurudzirana, yeah. Pano ndo patosangana, techibatsirana, pano ndo patokumana, techibatsirana. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. Ddc Skool of Thoughts. But Ddc Skool of Thoughts.
Real life matters now. Mondays and Fridays 8:30 p.m. UK time, live here on Facebook. Ddc